Is Roger there, Zoe?
So I'm here.
Good on you, Roger. I can hear you. Thanks. Okay, I'll call us to order. Welcome, everyone, to another workshop in our sequence working up the 2027-37 long-term plan. And this is a big one, a big foundational workshop on growth and significant forecasting assumptions. We've got Ange and Charlotte here from our community board. It's really great to see you. We've got Roger there online. Good to see you, Roger. And there's quite a full contingent of staff around the outside of the room, planning, strategy, and all sorts exec. So, yeah, a good range of expertise here. Right, I'm not going to steal Katie's thunder any further by saying anything more. So if I could ask you to join me in the opening karakia, please. Tākana te marama kia tātou, tākana te araha kia tātou, tākana te rangamārie kia tātou, ko porongia me te kawa, ko maungatautari, ko kakapuku ngā monga, ko waikato, ko waipa ngā awa, te hei muriora. Thank you very much. Over to you, Katie.
Today's a really exciting day for us as staff. We are really, really pleased to be able to pull all of this growth information together for you and the significant forecasting assumptions. And so hopefully you will be as energised at 3:59 as you are at 10:15, because I know that it's a really big day, but like I say, plenty to get through. So we'll just let this get this working. All right, so what you'll see here is that you are stuck with me for quite a lot of the day to be the conductor of the day, but I really want to acknowledge all of the people who actually know what they're talking about, who are in the room, and we'll obviously call on them as need be all the way through. But the intent is to be able to look back in order to look forward around growth and think about what does that mean for the long-term plan, and then take this last hour around the significant forecasting assumptions. So this breakdown's as it is in your agenda, and I need to hold my mouth the right way to make this go.
Just while Katie's doing that, Roger, the way the screen's working, I can't see you've got your hand up. So when we do come to question times, can you maybe just audibly make yourself known, okay? Thanks.
I will do.
So this is the purpose of the day, and we'll check in at the end to see whether we've actually hit the mark and if there are things that we can make sure we improve for next time as we keep going through all of these long-term plan workshops. So, but we really want to help you around the growth in particular, which is the bulk of the day, help you understand why this matters and why growth plays a really important part of how we go about the development of the long-term plan. And then be able to pull together information that hasn't been in one place before to give you a sense of how are we tracking, and then use that as supporting information later in the day to consider growth principles, which don't exist now, but we recommend as staff that we actually put in place to support the long-term plan and the review of our growth strategy. So, to tune us in, this is a slide that you have seen before, and you will deliberately see every long-term plan workshop so it guides the way that the long-term plan project team is approaching this work. And so this is where we're at the moment and what we'll consider today. And we've already noted that after this workshop, some of this material, the growth principles, will come through to the council meeting on the 24th of June, and we'll seek adoption of those at that time. So that's when you'll see growth information next. And obviously from a long-term plan perspective, we'll have the financial strategy workshop later this month with you as the next step, and then step into level of service work after that. Moving it for you. Yeah. So this is where we are today. That's what we're doing next time. It's and this calendar again sets out as the calendar that you've seen before. what it shows is, this month you've got a really busy time making sure that we've got some of those foundations laid, and you'll see that we're working hard into May, June to get that early direction from you as elected members, so that particularly through that July time when we don't have time with you, we as staff have already received the direction that we can really work through to bring some more specifics back to you. And that's why we kind of hit you hard in August when you're back and hopefully refreshed from a bit of time away from council. But the growth connection to the long-term plan, let's just turn to this a little bit. So growth assumptions that we make at the outset of this process inform a number of steps along the way for the long-term plan, and making sure that we've got a really evidence-based approach about what we want to invest in. The things identified on the slide here show all of those steps where those growth assumptions and the growth principles will really inform the way that we tackle each of these. They'll guide the investment planning into our activity management plans and the infrastructure strategy when we look at what's actually needed. And our growth story will be really important for all components of the long-term plan. So that's the sort of why are we doing it? So what I intend to do is run through, I'm not going to dwell on context because these are all things that you know before, but what we'd like to do is run through this information around where have we been and have we got to the point that we are now. Then we'll take and then put up a pause, and then we can look at sort of moving ahead. All the information that comes to you in this next while, I'd like to say I really, really want to thank all of the staff who've been involved in pulling this together. This has been a labour of love. This is absolutely a highly manual process to pull all of this information together, and it's why you haven't seen it in one place before, because it is such a manual process. So I think it's certainly true, as we've commented before, that the systems we've got really haven't supported us well as we've got increased complexity about the way we manage growth. And that's something that you'll need to consider as we go into the long-term plan around that sort of investment in systems to support us being able to manage these things well. And so what you've got is where we've got to in the time that we had available. We will make that continuous improvement over time. And it'll be interesting to hear from you about where are the areas where you really want us to make sure that we are digging into and monitoring and managing really well, and particularly looking forward. And what you'll notice, just to show how human it all is and how much we've been working with the information as it comes to hand, is that we've got a couple of points along the slides where we'll say, this is mostly right, but it's a little bit more nuanced, or this is what we found out since we actually pulled this together. And it's particularly around the industrial land capacity, where we've received information from consultants. And a couple of the ways that we're sort of telling the story is still, we need to make sure that we're just really sharp about these things as well. So feedback about that and all the questions you've got, I think, will really help us refine the way we talk about and the way we monitor our growth story as well. So none of the things on this slide will be new to you about the growth context, but I think it is just really important to remember that we continue to work in what's been a really dynamic environment, and certainly what you've got in the appendices to your paper. In Appendix 3, there's a timeline, for example, of the central government changes that have come about, what our requirements are as councils to provide for growth, and that's come through as various acronyms and is now the NPSUD, the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, but we've had previous steps as well. And we've got and what the implications are for that. What it does mean is that when we look back to 2017, when the government was already starting to respond to how much immigration we'd seen, and that was particularly led under the John Key government until 2016. We had 750,000 new migrants arrive in the country over John Key's tenure, and a lot of them landed in Auckland and the rest of the Upper North Island, and Waipa really started to experience sort of large growth as a result. By 2017, the government could obviously see, as the rest of us could, that there was this real growth pressures and real housing price pressures, particularly in the Upper North Island and some of the other major centres as well. And so started putting in place a lot of these requirements, and it meant that the role of council has really changed over that time, and our ability and the tools that we've got to manage growth have changed over that time. And I think it is really important to remember that context, and particularly as we have members of our community who do say we should stop growth, we should put up the "we're full" sign. And actually that's not an option. As we know, we do need to provide for 30 years worth of growth under the NPSUD, the National Policy Statement of Urban Development. So we have tools to think about how we manage growth, but not whether we stop growth. So the slide here really tries to point out in 2017 that we generally had these high levels of control, and we could decide where growth should and shouldn't go through zoning. But actually that is continually eroded. And so while we've now got, we were very much sort of gatekeepers at the time for where growth and how growth should occur. And now it's a much more market-led approach. And so what we've still got now is that ability to think about what you will invest in as council, but not where growth goes. I think the point about the bottom is that in all situations, the ability to fund and when you're going to provide for the infrastructure hasn't changed. And that's obviously why we'll be talking about this in the relationship to the long-term plan. Who funds it? When does it get delivered? How do we manage that well? Is something that we need to be really smart about when we're thinking about strategically managing growth. It probably is worth just spending a little bit of time to just make sure that when we talk about our requirements under the National Policy Statement of Urban Development, we just understand what those requirements are. One of the appendices, Appendix 2, provides an explanation about what our requirements are, and I like this diagram on the slide here, which looks at what do we actually need to focus on, and as it shows up here, what the test is about, whether we have sufficiently reasonably expected land to be realised. And so this is that has that commercial realisation aspect. So it's not sufficient just to say, well, we've got land zoned, if it's actually not in a useful place from a commercial perspective. And so then the next test in is whether it's infrastructure ready. Could it have infrastructure provided? The commercially feasible is obviously this market test and whether we've got the infrastructure available, and as a result, is it likely to actually be realised? So remembering this as we think about where we have zone land, where do we have plans already in place to provide infrastructure, and what might be able to be commercially delivered. Each of those, that kind of language you'll hear used at times. So I sort of pause if there are any questions about this before we move on.
Just one from me, is the smallest circle, is that an extra test on top of commercially feasible? So reasonably expected is beyond commercially feasible?
Yes, that's right. So it assumes that not all commercially feasible land will actually be realised in that time. So yes, it's still a subset of commercially feasible. And it becomes a subjective assessment, yes.
But it's still essentially a commercially based test at that level, at that step.
Yeah, that's right. So it considers sort of ownership and developer intentions and those sorts of aspects when you're making that assessment.
Okay, Delmarie.
Can I have some definition around the third point, enable intensification and remove unnecessary constraints? Kia tira, what's unnecessary constraints?
I'm going to pass to the team and see who wants to come and answer this question first.
Just on the back of Goldsmith's announcement.
Morning. Yeah, exactly. Disappear. Through the chair, my view of that unnecessary constraint is the likes of zoning. So if it's the wrong land, that is for an example of an unnecessary constraint in the eyes of the government and development community.
How does it affect directly Māori land? Does it?
So in that extent, sorry, I missed that nuance to your question, apologies, would be provisions in the district plan that support and enable the use and activities on Māori land.
Be the inappropriate use.
That's exactly, yeah, the inappropriate use, yeah.
All right, let's look at what's been happening. We've provided these slides already, obviously, and so we can pause as required as we go through. I think the overall questions that we then think about as staff when we think about, well, so what, rather than just the specific insights, is then those questions about when we look back, is the approach that we've taken to date still going to serve us well going forward? We've opened up a lot of growth cells and we've now got enough, I mean, spoiler alert, we've now got enough growth cells, as you can see, open. We've invested in a lot of infrastructure. What does that mean for sort of looking forward for our long-term plan? And so I think this is useful to think about this. And then what are the lessons when we think about linking this to the audit opinion that we had last time about where do we need to monitor and manage really closely to make sure that we really understand what our growth position is. So the key takeaways, and then we'll run through the evidence about that, are exactly this. We are on track to meet the national targets of the National Policy Statement of Urban Development, and this is a question that you have asked us as elected members previously, and we haven't been in a strong position to give you an evidence-based answer to that question. And so now we've pulled that information together and we've got the evidence to be able to say confidently that yes, we're on track to meet the national standards. We don't need any new urban growth areas over the next 30 years. We have provided for that. And so the shape that you can see in the district plan maps in our towns and our villages are likely to be what those towns are, noting there can always be private plan changes. But in terms of council's intent, then what you see is what we are likely to have in this 30-year period. And we have invested well to be ready to cater for that growth with the infrastructure that's planned or already in place for those times. And I think we have commented before about the value of having things like the growth strategy and our infrastructure plan that's come in behind that to actually really be well positioned to understand, you know, where will this go and what will it look like, and for our community and our developers to understand that as well. And so I think this is something to actually to note and to celebrate that we are actually well positioned in this way. So here's a little bit of, here are a few numbers about how we're tracking against the NPSUD. Remembering that we need to track this for Cambridge and Te Awamutu and Kihikihi as the Tier 1 growth, urban growth areas. I don't need to read to this one, but what you'll see is in terms of how we've been tracking, we took that time at COVID, we took a real hit after that time, but you can see that numbers in the consented homes since that have really started to rebound, and we are back on track with the same trajectory of growth as we were beforehand. And this really reflects, I think, this kind of the shift that we're seeing from people both from beyond the region as well as within the region actually moving into Waipa.
Katie, did I get it from you that you're happy to take questions as we roll through these, or do you want to pause at the
Absolutely.
end?
No,
Okay,
no, I
cool.
think it's useful
Yeah.
to actually just pause. And if
Good.
we need to flick back and forth to show different evidence, then we can do that. But no,
Great.
absolutely ask questions on the way.
Done. Claire.
Yeah, thanks. So this graph shows that the increase in houses, I don't think it matches the increase in rating units. Okay. I'm pretty sure our rating units only increased by about 200 a year. So I just wanted to check, it's quite a big disparity. Not that I've checked my numbers, but, and because actually you'd expect, it's the rating units that we want to increase because that's our rating revenue. And so I'd be wanting to understand, is there a close match between the increase in houses and the increase in rating units? And if not, why not? Because that might change the way we perhaps plan growth cells and maybe also do our rating formula. I was wondering if it might be the proportion of rest homes actually. Yeah, but I mean, we need to know that. Yeah.
Yeah. So how about we come back with a proper response so that we can actually really understand that? Because you're absolutely right. That's really important to understand that, to think about the rating implications. But the very top of head response is exactly that. It's retirement villages. And you can see a couple of slides later about the impact of a couple of very large retirement villages that have gone in and the difference it's making.
Hey, and just one from me, the NPSUD is not requiring us to come up with consented homes. This is kind of an effect of compliance with the NPS, isn't it?
True.
Yeah. So you're using it as some sort of proxy measure, or is this just?
The building consents. The building consents is the standard measure that gets used to track progress on the NPSUD. There's generally a lag. The next slide actually shows there's a lag between building consents and code of compliance, which indicates that the homes have been built. So the best measure, the standard measure is building consents.
Okay, thanks for that. That's what I was after. I think I've got Mike. Did you have a question? Did I see your hand?
Yep. Off the back of that, actually, and it was to do with retirement villages, and Tony might have the answer, but I understand the spike in 2023 because of retirement villages, if you look through the slides, or lifestyle villages. But there's another massive one coming in Cambridge. So at the moment, are any of those being consented or anything? That Somerset, is it? That's been built opposite Shores. It's just that it looks huge.
So Somerset's building consent is factored into that spike. So Somerset's building consent is a staged building consent over 8 or 9 stages, and factors in both the provision of the massive medical, treatment centre that's in there too. So that is sequenced out as one giant building consent, but tracks the villas in terms of that one. That's that plus Ryman as well, that was also consented at the same time.
A couple of points and comments. If we go back to the numbers that were, I think it was 3066 versus 4100 in terms of achieved versus, that shows us, pretty much 25% below where we thought we were going to be. But it also, if you then go to the next, the graph, which sort of shows year by year, it's indicating that, that we had a sort of one back. We had a spike at 22, 23, and then it's sort of fallen. One thing nobody's really talked about was that the result of that was high interest rates. And so, demand fell off a cliff. But what's happened, and, we've magically found this just-in-time period of doing infrastructure, and yet we had a 2 and 3 year gap between demand falling and getting to just-in-time capital delivery. What have we learned about our inability to respond to the market? Because my fear is that we saw this happen. Everybody could feel it in the street that, the housing was slowing down, property was slowing down, properties weren't selling, and yet we continue to deliver big capital projects when we effectively didn't need them.
The growth principles.
Yeah, so the growth principles that we've got in the second part of this workshop is about how we can respond and better plan for in response to those changes. Because I guess if you look at investing and planning for growth, it's generally a slow process to be investing and getting designations and designing and then building. So it's about how we can be agile through those processes to respond to changes in market, while also ensuring that we've got a strong pipeline of growth to respond when the market does pick back up again. Yeah, so I think the second part of this workshop might be a good spot to discuss that.
And if you, the chart Pip was referring to, if you take the short to medium term, the 10 years, your assessment is we are actually on track.
Yes, yes, that is our assessment. So that started in 2020. And so that green number that's in the previous slide there, go back, next one there. So that green number is the actual building consents issued. It doesn't include consents that are in the pipeline or pre-applications, etc. And so we're thinking with 4 years left to go of the period to 2030, based on the demand information that we got through, we're saying that we're forecasting that we'll be on track to meet that target by 2030. But this is something that we need to continuously track and monitor to make sure that we are on track.
And finally, can we just have some clarity on short and medium term, because they're lumped together there? Is that 5 and then 10? Is that short and medium?
That short to medium term is a NPSUD prescribed. That's how they do it. So they've just court titled it the short to medium term, but you'll see in the graphs a little bit later where we've got different terminology for short to medium term. We like to think of short term as years 0 to 3. So that's first 3 years of LTP, I guess, medium term to 10 years, and then long term from 11 to 30 years.
And the NPS doesn't specify those?
Does it, Peter? It does. Yeah,
as 3, 10 and beyond?
It does.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
But for this particular table, this is how it specifies it, just to keep it confusing for us.
Thank you.
All right. What you see in the next few slides is we sort of move into a little bit about, we've talked about total numbers a bit, and we've talked about the impact of the retirement villages, which I think we can really see this spike here. But the next few slides just get into a little bit about, well, where has that growth occurred? And I found this really interesting because I think we probably all have our own assumptions about where this is happening. But what we can see through these next few slides is that the rural growth is about the same as the Te Awamutu growth. So what we've got is approximately, and I'm rounding dreadfully, half the growth in Cambridge, a quarter in Te Awamutu Kihikihi, and a quarter in our rural part of our district. So I've rounded terribly, but it's remembering that, and when you look at these slides, I think it's really interesting because it does mean that we need to not just think about Cambridge and Te Awamutu and Kihikihi and forget about our rural settlements and our villages where we're still experiencing that growth. And this speaks to the discussion that you've had last time to make sure that all of our district is thriving. The next couple of slides give a bit of a sense of the split between here within Te Awamutu and Kihikihi, how much has been greenfield and how much has been infill. And you can see that in the maps that then showed a little bit recently. So what we've got here, as we move to this next one about this greenfield and infill split, you can see that in Te Awamutu and Kihikihi in particular, Kihikihi used to be quite a lot of large lot residential. We've invested in a reticulation network, which has really enabled growth, and that's changed the style of growth, which goes to your question of making sure you understand the evidence to think about what's the impact and what might you be unlocking. In Te Awamutu, what we've seen is more single sections and developer approach to releasing the sort of reduced number of sections. And in Cambridge, we've seen more greenfield, as you can see on that right-hand side, and that's actually how the growth's been largely occurring in that place. And that's borne out by these slides here. So these, again, in your pack here for Cambridge, you can see that some of those growth cells have there's many red dots, as well as the infill that you're seeing. Whereas you can see that here within Te Awamutu, you can see very few dots within your growth cells. What you can see in Kihikihi in particular is a lot of that, sort of infill in Kihikihi. So again, there's things to think about what's motivating development in each place to behave as it does, and so what? How might we think about that as we strategically manage growth?
And those aren't really showing the effect of the MDRS yet either, are they? There's quite a historic component there.
Well, I think I guess that's true. And one of the ways that as a council we responded to the NPSUD was opening up a number of growth cells so that there was a lot of investment choice, and that was an expectation of the government to do so. Actually, what we've seen is that investors are choosing to, in this slide in particular, are choosing to invest not in those growth cells, but it has been an infill. It's not necessarily good or bad. It's just thinking about, well, what are the implications for the way that we manage growth, and thinking about making sure that the more that we have that the more that we are close to the market and developer intentions, the more we really understand, well, what is commercially feasible? What does that look like? And what do we want to enable and encourage as council? So that market intel is just hugely valuable. This slide perhaps just is good to overlay with a couple of things we've already spoken about when changes occurred. And so what we've got here is that in the first year we had a high proportion of infill because there weren't a lot of greenfield growth options. But the change in direction in 2018 led to the opening of 3 growth cells in Cambridge. And then we saw Lauriston Park consented for higher density. Then we've seen the retirement villages as well. And so it's been a real swing in the kind of development that we've seen. And again, you sort of still note this ongoing rural development. When we look at the type of homes, then apart from the big yellow bar, which we've talked about already as Ryman's and Somerset in the middle, we still really have a very strong preference for detached dwellings and a slow increase in the trend of multi-unit, sort of steady on duplex requirements as well. This slide, I beg your pardon.
Sorry, just back on the duplexes. So does duplex cover compact housing? Because, we did have some rule changes encouraging compact housing, which are probably going to come through. So would you expect that a duplex bar to actually grow in the future? I was actually a bit surprised that it wasn't bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very simple. So duplex is just any situation where 2 houses are joined together. So it could be in the rural area, it could be where somebody's got their main dwelling and an attached minor unit. But yeah, whether that's a typology that becomes more predominant, we don't know.
So what you're saying is the multi-unit bar is the one that reflects compact housing?
Yeah, that's where you've got 3 or more units attached together.
Right.
Yeah.
And would you expect there to be growth in that over time? Because I would, in fact, like that's also the affordable housing generally as well. So.
Yeah, I think it would be, but still, there's still the predominance of the demand for detached dwellings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, thanks for clarifying that.
I think it will be really interesting to see and to keep asking that question when we've included the slide about the changing demographics and the age curve in Cambridge, and we're also continue to see many sort of smaller family units. So what that means for the typology of housing, that's really your question, and how we make sure that we're really responsive to that.
Yeah, so just on that, those smaller like ancillary houses, yeah, we are seeing a lot of that in Pirongia, for instance, and there's always the contention about whether or not they should have a soup attached to them or not. Yeah. So would we be able to report on those as well, or not? Because in a way, it demonstrates that those central government policies to encourage cheaper housing is actually being realised in that way, which I don't know if it would sort of be visible, depicted through that kind of graph.
We could do it. At the moment, we're not really distinguishing between what's minor house or it's just as a detached joined to something else or joined to many. It takes a lot of work to go through, and everything has to be done manually at the moment to be able to identify. It could be done. Whether there's an absolute benefit in doing so at this point in time, we'd need to look at. Certainly, we're getting some good idea of general trends. I would suspect that the number of minor units at this point in time would be quite small.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments, because we don't want to impose, really laborious tasks. Yeah, especially if they have to be manual. It's just that the granny flat stuff was only announced last year, and hopefully that process has actually got its own audit. Yeah, I thought it was pretty much an online process that you could just get it ticked off, and it might be easy to pick up those ones. But of course, not all ancillary houses actually follow that either.
What I suggest is that these are exactly the sorts of questions and asks that we collect and that we consider as a group about, well, what's the next thing that we can do as part of this continuous improvement with all of the ideas that we gather up today. And also thinking what sits behind some of your questions as well. So that's partly then about affordability. And so how are we, what might, even if it's not responding in exactly that way, how else might we be able to show you that trend about affordability over time, or what might that be? So those are the things that we'll gather up and think about for improvement. The slide here around retirement living really bears out in Waipa what a report that's been recently completed for Future Proof, which shows that in general about 10% of retirees live in retirement villages. It's actually really important to remember that it's only 10%. I mean, we see obviously large complexes, and so, and we've seen a big spike in these, but it means that 90% are not. And so making sure that we're thinking about that in the housing typology, to go to the questions that's already been asked, and where those might want to be, so that they're still very close to amenities, is something that's important for us to consider as well. All right, I'm going to pause there, because then the next few slides talk about non-residential growth. So is there anything else that people wanted to ask about residential growth before we go on? All right, here we go. So I think just in terms of detail, what we've got just here is to note that this is the number of consents, not the hectares or floor areas, which are better measures, but this at least gives you a sense of what's been going on over this time. You can see in our in each of these areas, we've got the importance both of the airport and Mystery Creek in the orange, and again why it's important to think about non-residential growth, not just residential growth, where you then end up focusing your discussion primarily on Cambridge and then Te Awamutu Kihikihi, but significant growth in that airport Mystery Creek area, and obviously significant interest for continued development there. What we can also then see is the ongoing importance of Hautapu, and you'll see when we talk about the forward projections that the importance of Hautapu to cater for those sort of spillover effects from Hamilton, and particularly as the expressway extension goes through.
Thanks, Chair. Just sorry, the pie graph, just to confirm, community consents is 30 of them. Building consents, is that not necessarily new buildings? Could that be a toilet extension to a hall, or is that new buildings as such? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it technically relates to new buildings rather than extensions. It could be things like classrooms for schools. Anything that really isn't of a commercial or for profit.
That makes sense. I was just thinking it was a lot, but when you put it in that context, it makes sense. Thank you.
And again, this is pretty straightforward as well around where the non-residential growth is actually occurring. If we think about the key takeaways from this, is that we've already got some really core infrastructure in place in each of these locations. So we've got the Cambridge wastewater treatment plant, for example. We've got an expressway which is really there to enable growth in the eastern side of our town. We've got core water and wastewater infrastructure already sort of well advanced. So we are well situated to be able to cater for the growth that's coming. There is infrastructure that's still required over this next 30 years, and we've just tried to identify what the key types of infrastructure are to give you a sense of that. And probably a couple of points about this is how and when this comes on stream depends on the way that you adopt your growth principles, if you choose to adopt growth principles later this month. And secondly, that you'll see that some of this is then around water and wastewater supply, which would obviously be delivered through Waikato Waters. And so that partnership with Waikato Waters, and you'll see this in your significant forecasting assumptions about making sure that the way that we're planning for growth and the way that Waikato Waters can deliver the waters infrastructure becomes a really important interrelationship between the two of us. So certainly we've got, like I say, we've been taking this in the infrastructure strategy. We need to take a 30-year perspective, and so this information that we've got here will really support that infrastructure strategy, and we're really looking ahead for that 30 to 50 years to make sure that we are actually well positioned and making sure that we've got, as Karen's already said, that pipeline of growth of supporting infrastructure that can come online as it's required, and that we're monitoring that closely to make sure that that meets the market needs.
Question from Claire.
Yeah, two questions. Just one is getting clarity on what review equity of existing urban areas infrastructure against greenfield. Just give us an idea of what you mean by that. Is that the quality of the
Yes, I know what that is.
the pipes or the performance of the infrastructure or the...
So I think what this is greenfield is typically shiny new communities.
Yeah.
And as the new greenfield communities grow, what does the investment need to be for the existing areas within Cambridge and Te Awamutu so that they have a similar level of experience of service, I guess. They have footpaths on both sides of the road instead of just one side, those sorts of considerations, because as you add more and more people to the outside of urban areas, the people living inside also get affected. So what does that do to transport, etc.? So if it's just understanding what that looks
Oh, no,
like.
that would be great because at the moment there is a bit of a disconnect, I think. We do try and plan well the new growth areas and that, but I have noticed like you might get cycleways, for instance, in the new growth cells, but there's no connecting cycleways into the middle of town because it's got to go through existing areas and things like that. So are you suggesting that we might actually do a bit of work on how we might plan for that and then eventually be able to improve those, I suppose, various, I'll call them levels of service, I guess. It's a bit of a catch-all term.
Yes.
Okay, great. I really support that. That's great. And then I was quite interested whether or not this is the slide that is inviting comment on the infrastructure funding and delivery models and whether or not our current DC system is fit for purpose or, you know, is going to be changed, obviously, or is this going to be later on in the day? I'm not sure.
I'm happy to answer any question that I can based on what legislation we have in front of us.
Okay. Well, I'll just put it out there. Okay, so the Infrastructure Commission did an analysis on whether or not growth was really paying for growth. I think that was last year. I've got a copy of it. I've got two pages. One of them said there's two really good, I suppose, analysis points. One is that you're making sure that your development contribution revenue is high enough. For instance, they looked at Tauranga, Hamilton, Auckland and Queenstown, and they said that over, I suppose, historically, DC rate should have been 5 times higher in Tauranga and Hamilton, 4 times higher in Auckland, and 2.5 times in Queenstown to break even. So it does beg the question, has the formula actually been understating, you know, the real cost of growth for a long time? So we, you know, like that would be good for us to verify, you know, I know, Tony, that you've done a lot of work on it and I've sort of felt that our rates are pretty good, but they're also comparable to Hamilton. And if Hamilton's have been 5 times lower than what they should have been, there could be something wrong.
Yeah, I think if we can, Tony will answer specifically about the development contributions, and then I'd like to comment about the role of the Infrastructure Commission. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, so I suppose our DCs look at full cost model recovery. Some of the other councils that are mentioned in that report, which Katie actually facilitated a really good conversation with the report author, and where we could sort of unpick some of the nuance on that. The likes of comparable councils, they don't necessarily have the same mantra on growth pays for growth, where some of their practices and policy implementations, like they have phasing and capping within them, they have exemption zones, they have remission policies. So there are elements within those policies that don't attribute growth to that. In terms of that report itself, there is some comments that both myself and some other counterparts that are applicable to those numbers have queried where they got that for the ratios, because they looked at, the Infrastructure Commission looked specifically at the purpose of that activity for the entirety of the budget. But inside those purposes are level of service and renewal. So they looked at the fulsome budget and didn't include the nuances of those fragmentings and percentages. But it does reflect why central government are leaning towards development levies to give us more levers within the legislation to try and tie costs of growth to fully realise it. So Infrastructure Commission's report, regardless of some of those nuances, has really helped drive some of those policy measures in the first half of the bill that we have submitted on in support of, noting some subtleties that we want to achieve in there. So our formula for the legislation that we have is full cost against the parties that we do. But there are some means and ways through development levies that we think we can do better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you. And I presume that's work that will be done coming up to the next LTP.
Absolutely. So I've already been in discussion with the Infrastructure Commission, both about being able to apply the methodology they apply just to the metro councils to Waipa for us to run this, and this is exactly what we spoke to them about, to really dig in so that we can learn where and why. The Infrastructure Commission, I mean, you'll know from the report, although they actually looked at a number of factors, but ended up sort of ruling them out and saying, well, it doesn't appear to be because of this reason, and it doesn't appear to be for that reason. And they found it really difficult to really understand. So being able to work together, I think, would be really fabulous. The Infrastructure Commission has been spending their last time very focused on developing the National Infrastructure Plan, which is now being received by the government, and we're waiting for the government's response to the Infrastructure Plan. I've been speaking to senior staff at the Infrastructure Commission who are now really hoping to turn their attention to local government, both from a research perspective, but also with the support that they provide to local government, because 2/3 of the hard infrastructure provided in New Zealand is done so by local government, and so they've focused firstly on making sure that the policy settings are right with central government and improving some of the business casing and planning at a central government level. But that opportunity exists, and they're very conscious of the fact that they don't have that really strong working relationship or really good understanding of the workings of local government. So we've been talking together about the Infrastructure Commission walking alongside us through our long-term plan development, so that we can really learn from them about exactly these sorts of questions and whether growth is paying for growth, and if not, where and why not, and what might we be able to do to close that gap. And secondly, to really be able to draw on their experience as we think about our financial strategy, our infrastructure strategy, the way we approach growth, and then through to the long-term plan. We don't yet have a formal arrangement about that, but that's work in progress. And I think that's a really, really exciting opportunity for us to actually learn from their huge expertise, and for them to use this as a pilot for them to think about the guidance material they provide to local government, and also where their next areas of sort of deep dive research would be.
I'm thrilled to hear that, and I've got some other suggestions too. I might catch you later about it. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, that's brilliant. You mean walk alongside us, Waipa District Council, not local government in general as it goes through this LTP
Correct.
cycle. Brilliant. Okay. I had a question from Pip here.
Just one question with regard to infrastructure. Some of infrastructure is what I call chunky, $100 million wastewater treatment station, and some is what I'd call more marginal in terms of you can, marginally increase as the growth happens. Indications as to sort of, if you looked at them as sort of big chunky and infrastructure that can be marginal, where are they relative to each other?
So infrastructure that you talk about, the chunky is more your strategic infrastructure investment that's required, and growth will form a portion of it. It won't necessarily form the majority of it. So there will be other factors like you mentioned with the Cambridge Wastewater Treatment Plant, where it's a third, a third, a third. You've got renewals a third, level of service a third, and then growth a third. So there are where growth supports those investments that are necessary to meet new legislative level of service, that's where the benefit is. They are almost legislatively required in the hard rocks that enable the wider infrastructure to also come online. So another good example would be your C2, C3 roundabout and Cambridge Road urbanisation. You need that infrastructure to be at a level that it can connect and enable that growth to occur in a safe manner that doesn't cause disruption to existing traffics. So the chunky bits that you're talking about are the ones that you need to do to ensure that the growth can occur. And that's where a lot of our investment over the past initial Waipa 2050 strategy has gone into. And now when we're talking about the marginal peripheral, that's the just-in-time delivery and anticipation with developers, where they're paying their share towards the chunky part, but they're also paying their share towards the collector roads, the pump stations, terminal within them. So those are where the just-in-time approach come into play more or less.
So if we're looking at the next 5 years, are we through the chunky stuff?
The next sort of big chunky items, so we're still building a treatment plant. So that would be largely complete next sort of 12 to 15 months, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. So in terms of what core necessary that come top of mind is the Hautapu investment program. So that's around the State Highway 1B dual lane roundabout, the urbanisation of Hautapu Road, getting those roads safe for the haulage and heavy vehicles that will impede and generate demand on them. So I wouldn't say we're out of the woods in terms of strategic infrastructure. There are also resilient pieces of infrastructure such as water reservoirs and those types of things, and also future investment that Waikato Waters will undertake within the Taumuru wastewater treatment plant as well. So it's continuous. There's also Cambridge connections that I'll flag as well. There are elements within there that will require a wider program of work into the 30-year event horizon. And also what modelling in terms of is occurring on the roads, there's potential dual laning of Victoria Road as it leads into the interchange to eventually get that full cumulative impact on our growth to ensure that those roads are safe and fit for purpose. So it's part of the LTP process. It's looking at what do we need in 30 years, building a program and sequencing it, and then effectively looking at through development levies, how we charge that in aggregate to the areas that are generating demand on it. But they have a long period in terms of which they need to be recovered, and that comes with an interest component.
Thank you, Tony. That's been a really good response. And in addition, I'd just point you to the maps that you've got both on the pack, but you've also got larger hard copies to share on the table. Roger, like I say, the slides are in the pack, which give a sense of what's already in place and what's to come from a place-based perspective. And then this is something that you'll work through with the development of the infrastructure strategy, which is, again, one of those really core building blocks for your long-term plan. If there aren't any other questions, we're going to shift gear and look forwards to a few of the projections that we've got before we can do some sense making about that. So I'm going to deliberately skip over these, but this gives you the detail again in your packer. This is the breakdown for each of the growth cells about what's already in place, what's to come, do we have funding, what's uncommitted, et cetera, et cetera. So you can start to see that a little bit from a place-based perspective. And certainly that's something that is probably worth noting about the way that we are approaching the whole of the growth program is really trying to, there are some things that when we talk about place, we mean the whole district. And then there are things that we really need to understand at a smaller location. So that's Cambridge, Te Awamutu and Kihikihi, our villages, our rural areas and so forth. So we're certainly trying to interrogate the data that way and then be able to present it so that people in those parts of the community understand what's going on for them.
A quick question on the previous slide. It'd be great if we had the dollars that had already been invested or the debt that's attached to each of them. I mean, it's good to have the numbers, but I think if we also have an appreciation of what the investment has been already, it just improves our view or even our decision making on if we need to influence a more rapid take up of the growth cell, or if we've got to make trade-offs, we can understand not just the numbers, but also a few of the dollars as well. I don't know if that would be possible to add it in.
Thank you. Yes, we did try to do that in the best way that we could with the time available. So that second to last column there, council costs to date, we've just sort of banded it and said approximately this much. We can dig into that and do a little bit more work, but this was the best we could do to just give that indication. And then the red dollar signs that are there, ones that aren't in the long-term plan, that is indicating actually there is more funding that needs to be considered to fully enable those areas.
And as we go through the infrastructure strategy and the long-term plan, those kind of capital cost items will become populated, at least in the 10-year timeframe, right?
Absolutely. That's the detail that you'll absolutely need to be making your investment decisions.
Yeah.
All right, looking ahead then. So these are all projections, both for population and then what that means in terms of where that plays out. So worth noting again, here we've got the population growth with different percentiles looking forward over those next 50 years. And the green shaded area denotes that range of probable and possible futures. So we are seeing over that 30-year period across the country still an increase in growth. But you've obviously heard from previous presentations that not all parts of the country will experience growth in the same way. Again, a point that you've heard previously is that the natural growth in population in this, the blue line, is declining over time as we have fewer number of children across the country, which means that we're extremely dependent on what immigration policies are around immigration as a whole, and then where that might be located. As I noted previously, last time we had such a large surge of immigration that landed very much in Auckland and the rest of the Upper North Island and the Golden Triangle in particular, and we see that continue, and that obviously follows the economic activity that's occurring in that Golden Triangle, which we're part of, and we would expect to still see that trend occurring. Remembering that we are required, when we turn to our population projections, there's a couple of points around here. Here are population projections, remembering that as a Tier 1 council under the NPSUD, we're required to adopt the high projections. But I think it's useful to sort of look back to see, well, how accurate had previous projections been, and have we consistently been on track or under or overshot? And these are obviously, this is exactly what the University of Waikato considers when it's thinking about its projections. And so we, like other future-proof councils, have relied on the University of Waikato projections. We each time through the long-term process, we come to you and ask and confirm that you will continue to want to rely on the University of Waikato projections rather than Stats NZ projections as your alternative. And that paper will be coming to you as part of the growth package to the council on the 24th of June. And Hamilton City Council have just reconfirmed that they will continue to use the University of Waikato projections, and certainly that will be the staff recommendation to use. So what we've put here is just a bit of a sense of showing the medium and high, but remembering that it's the high that become particularly relevant. So what's important to remember is that you can see here that since 2006, actual growth has repeatedly exceeded the high projections that council's adopted for its long-term plan and strategic growth planning. But since 2021, we have adopted this high growth projections, and because the gap has become increasingly significant. And it's the appropriate fit with our central government requirements. And so again, continuing with the high growth projections, and we hope, and then closely monitoring that should mean that we can provide this just-in-time delivery of infrastructure that Pip's commenting on as we roll forward.
Katie, can I just ask a question there?
Of course.
If given that we have been consistently exceeding the high growth, which is what we're planning for, how come we've ended up in a situation where our development contribution recovery has lagged our financial forecasting?
Tony, do you want to come up to the table because everyone can see you more easily?
So the key reasoning is just how the legislation works in practice versus how developers over time have gamed that system. So you have the projections that are coming in a lag are based off what your previous infrastructure program may have anticipated the investment to be, and how you charge out development contributions in the past were reflective of previous investment assumptions. So they don't accurately reflect actuals year on year from that previous lag that came on for the DC revenue. So essentially, when a subdivision comes in, it applies to the policy that's in play. But if you've needed to invest over your LTP more in cost, they're already baked in and land banked against that cost of that initial development contribution. So the term is called gold rushing, where you outline what your policy intent is, you communicate that through, and then a whole bunch of developers sweep in and come in for the cheaper rates. We see that every time that we communicate through our latest set of costs that are incurring and receiving the actuals. It's just a factor of we're tied to legislative annual plan updates, consultative measures around if we exceed PPI, and when we review the whole system around the interest rate component, which is probably the biggest factor that's occurred to us, through COVID and the Ukraine war, with everything that came through with regards to the inflationary pressures, and then Reserve Bank meeting those with interest rate parameters, increasing our debt by twice the amount. That really ballooned our DCs as a result of that, and the necessary recovery to debt service. So all of those factors come into play with why central government's looking at an improved funding and financing model, and what the provisions that come under that are around reassessments, which is a big key factor for consents where they can't hold the land for that amount of time without acting on it. So that's that whole, in 3 years' time, if you haven't acted on that, you will be reassessed for your application. On top of that, that's where the quarterly interest component of, by the time you've had this consent, there's a quarterly interest component that sits atop your outstanding balance to council. So it incentivizes that payment earlier, which then will more match that revenue to the outstanding DCs that sit on the box.
I think I more or less understand all that from the DC recovery point of view. My comment was probably more the linkage between that and our financial forecasting. And it's the question is that it seems to me that that's something we've got to tune up, because you're working in the real life developer space and your world of DC recovery. I'm kind of thinking more the financial forecasting, where we're heading. And given the real life growth has been exceeding our forecasts, if our financial forecasting isn't quite right, it certainly suggests to me that there is a little bit of a improvement required in our linkage between your world and the finance world.
And I think that comes to the continuous improvement layers that we've been seeking as well through this process to better integrate those systems. Yeah.
It almost sort of sounds like property developers 10 points, Waipa District Council 0. And given that is probably reality from your explanation, how do we, other than sort of changing the DC regime, how can we equal, square up the game?
I think at a general level, I think there's two responses. I mean, Tony's already mentioned that central government has recognised that they want to change the philosophy and move to this growth paying for growth principle. If we look quite some time ago, then growth was seen as a public good. And so there was an expectation that that was then provided for via ratepayers, and that the development community would pay a much smaller proportion towards what was required. This government is quite clear that its approach is that growth pays for growth, and that's the phrase they use, and that's what we want to be implementing here. But that means that that's why they're thinking about these system settings, including the move from the development contributions to development levies to actually change the way that mix. So we have been hamstrung in what we can do, and I think what Tony's been saying is we have been working as hard as we can within the policy settings that we had from central government. So that's one of the things that will change. And then secondly, it's why when we talk this afternoon about the growth principles, for us to be very explicit about what council's position is about growth and how growth should pay for growth, what your expectations are about how that happens, so that that's clearly communicated both the development community, but we make sure that that flows through to the way that we undertake our practice as staff as well.
Further to that end, I suppose through the LTP of the last one, we made refinements to our policy to better tie our growth as much as possible. That's that just-in-time approach, using things like development contribution offsets to make the investment without it hitting our books. So using that revenue, journal entering it, not having it sit through as debt actually on the book. So those are provisions that we've used. We also added in, because demand changes based off different parameters such as bigger houses create more demand on the network. That's where we started to add in the typology and gross floor area calcs to our policies as well. And that's where we can essentially look at the building consent layer and say, are you contributing more growth than our baseline assumption? And so those have led to more charges coming at the building consent level for those bigger houses as well. So it's giving us the ability to on-charge more demand as it comes and is realised. So there has been a response through what we can do at the moment with the levers that we've got available that have been steered by those LTP decisions and the DC policies that have come through. And there'll be more that reflect in the next change through this LTP. And then as we move into the transitional and development levy policy to come in July of 2028.
But this is certainly one area where we know that we want to be as sharp as we can be in the way that we monitor and manage this, because there is a direct impact on the bottom line for ratepayers. Yeah, so this is absolutely an area for continuous improvement, and Tony's sort of provided some of those examples of improvement over the past year or two, but we know we've got more to do.
We're on track for a 12:10 stop. Yeah, I was just looking ahead. You're about right, I think.
Okay. Again, you've seen this diagram before, but I think it's really important that that we need to remember that we're not just talking about abstract numbers. We are talking about the people in the community who we're then wanting to provide services for, and so the age cohort is an important factor as we think about that, just as ethnicity is as well. So here what we've got across New Zealand is obviously an ageing population. Waipa is no exception, a little bit of a difference between bits of our district perhaps, and demographic and ethnically we've got differences as well. But it does mean that we have that the senior adult population is really increasing. And so we do need to consider about what that means for the sorts of services that we require and the way we provide them as well. So where will the workers come from to be able to service those people who are retired in Cambridge? And Te Awamutu and Kihikihi, how do we make it an attractive place for those workers to live? How do we make it an affordable place for those workers to live? And what will it mean for our rating bases? An increasing proportion of our ratepayers are on fixed incomes, which is again something you know already. What does it mean for the technical standards that we have? So, for example, we have already adopted standards to make sure that that we are providing that national good practice so that wheelchairs and mobility scooters can move off curbs onto the road, for example. And there are those sorts of considerations, right across our business to be thinking about.
Yeah, Katie, look, I'd just like to expand that conversation because it's not just about healthcare and mobility, but I think we should also turn our minds to what positive things an aged population might bring to our community and making sure we're maximising those. So a lot of those people, they might be still working, but they might be available for volunteering and giving back to the community and having, really positive impacts that you know, it's not so much about the kind of services that we provide, but maybe other opportunities that we could be making sure, you know, these things are happening in Waipa because we recognise the value of that older population. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a point really, really well made. Absolutely, and that thinks about sort of how do you partner and how do you support people to be able to provide that volunteer approach. It is important to note that whilst the overall population of Waipara is ageing, we do have the cohort of people coming in their 30s, often with young kids still coming in. And we've obviously have a much younger Māori population on average than we do of other ethnicities in the district. And that's and Māori will continue to grow as a proportion of the population in the district. This says all it needs to say. Waipara is consistent with National House values. And so when we think about housing affordability, you can see why certainly the government's been thinking about the system settings because they impact on Waipara just as they impact on everywhere else. So this slide sets out the number of people who are expected to be here and the approximate number of new homes that are expected to be here. Now, we put approximately for a couple of very good reasons. It absolutely depends on the typology and how people might choose to live in multi-generational situations or anything else. So that's approximate for that reason. The other reason is that under the National Policy Statement of Urban Development, we're required to provide a 20% margin. And so these numbers include that margin, and so which differs slightly from between the long term and the short and medium term. So please read the word approximately for good reason with the slide, but gives you a sense of the scale of the population increase that we would be looking to provide for in this district. So these last few slides then again break it down into place. And this is a slide that as staff, we've probably got a little bit too excited about because we think this is a pretty sexy slide. So I'm going to pause on here and explain it a little bit here. So what it's doing, and I think the important thing again is to pull together the information we've already provided. So we talked about under the NPSUD having to have the plan-enabled capacity, which is what you're seeing with the biggest bars for each of these, and then each of these different colours, which is the same colours as the diagram that you saw earlier, so that you can see that what we've got is that the reasonably expected to be realised capacity components are dark blue at the bottom. What we've got then is overlaid that with the demand that we have seen in the projected demand that we've just shown you, and that's the red bar. And so what you can see here is that on the left-hand side, we've got Cambridge Leamington, and then the right-hand side, Te Awa Kihikihi. It's exactly the same trajectory. What it shows is that by the time we get to 2055, we have what we have provided for matches our demand. And that's both in Cambridge and in Te Awamutu and Kihikihi. It means that we are well supplied now in both of those places, and this is why for us, when it all comes together beautifully in this slide, that's why we get quite excited about this, and being able to really sort of see each of the elements of this, I think provides the evidence that we need to be able to confidently say, we are on track to deliver on the NPSUD. And in fact, we've judged that very well as a council.
Yeah, look, you're right to be excited about this one. To be honest, this is what we've been asking for quite some time. It always felt like we were flying slightly blind. And yeah, that's the chart of the session. And obviously everyone, the little red bar is the key bit to be looking at. So yeah, any questions on this? It does kind of show that we've slightly front-loaded the making available, but we all know that, right? And that was because we opened up a lot of greenfield sites, right? So I don't know, benefit of hindsight, you can look back and go, was that right or wrong? Did we go a little bit hard? I don't know. But it does show that we've taken a bit of pain to get to now, but looking forward, short, medium and long, we're looking pretty good. You got any comment on that assessment?
No, I think that that's a pretty fair assessment, but I think, I think the takeaway message is that we have planned well for the long term. And as you say, perhaps it means in the short term, it's we've taken a deliberate approach to open up a number of growth cells. We've needed, as Tony's already said, you need to invest early into enabling infrastructure, and those are the steps that we've taken to be able to respond positively to the government direction.
Yeah, thanks, Molly. Just picking up on your point, did we overdo it at the beginning? I mean, one of the reasons was to demonstrate that we were not contributing, I guess, to the overheated housing market. And so I think that we were kind of obliged to, over provide. But in fact, there was an argument that this isn't the reason for the high prices that we're having in the residential market. But I think it does show that we did all we could to make sure people weren't having to pay more for a house than they needed to. Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't want to dwell on the historic part of it. It's just something that did strike me looking at it. Mike.
Yeah, and look, just to reinforce that, look at, I think it's slide 101, where it's got the approximate 2,800 new houses will be needed in the next 30 years. If you do the current sections, etc., that are available now, it's a roughly 6,500, and the ones that are roughly 2035 and beyond, and structure plans, etc., is about 4.5. You add those together, you've got your roughly $11,000 houses, plus any, like you say, private plan changes, etc. And just if I can make it sort of, I was going to say it for later, but I'm also doing it now, is if we go to 99, Maxwell Smart's sidekick, projected impact of ageing in Waipa, we brought up before the top graph, we had a name for that, was a coffin graph. We're trying to come up with one for the bottom. It is definitely the altar.
Can I just say one thing around some work that we're doing this year is the review of the growth strategy. So we're doing that alongside that long-term plan. The good news here is that we don't need to expand into new high productive soil or new urban growth areas. But what we do need to do through that process is think about how we might approach the long term and what's our strategy for that. But for now, I think our growth strategy has and will continue to serve us quite well.
You're meaning post 30 years because we're basically good to 30 years, but we're getting close, right?
Yeah. So what does it mean as you get towards post 2056? What does that look like, and how do we need to respond to that?
Yeah, Claire.
Yeah, so, we're kind of saying we've done a good job with our growth strategy, and yet this was one of the real challenges with our last annual plan process with the auditors. So how can we have done a good job with planning for growth, and yet there was such a disconnect? There's somehow we've got to make sure that we can still do a good job with our growth strategy, but still have a wonderful relationship with our auditors.
The concern from auditors related very much to the industrial land and the uptake of that. And so we'll come to that in a couple of slides around that. But that is absolutely something from a long-term plan perspective that that being able to work really closely with our auditors is really critical along the way. And for them to be seeing the methodology that we're using so that they understand the work that we're undertaking and have a degree of comfort about the way we're going about the growth strategy work and this work is really important.
And I would take that one step further, and Claire, and say, this is why we've done this piece of work. It was at your express instruction after, when we all agreed after the LTP, we needed to do something differently. And so today's demonstrates a huge piece of work that's happened across the whole organisation. It's taken people from all of our teams and again, to manually pull together a lot of information that's complex, it's over time, but this is why we invested in this, to know exactly where we were, to have this intelligence, and then we can now look to the future and think about how do we continue to gather this intelligence, to be able to share this with the likes of Audit New Zealand, to work more closely with Hamilton City Council and Waikato District Council and their growth teams, to support Tony more effectively, but to then tie this to strategic business intelligence that informs our policy and financial decisions. So it was exactly that direction that's led to this, and we hope, well, actually hope is not a strategy, we trust and we have a very deliberate plan that this will help that relationship with Audit New Zealand, and so we don't run into those issues again.
Although, just to be fair, Audit weren't auditing this.
No,
This is compliance with the NPS. They're auditing our financial forecasting. I get the two are linked, but
yeah,
this was always a missing piece of the puzzle for me.
that's right.
And you feel a lot more confident now you know where you're flying.
That's right.
But yeah, I'm still very interested in how we convince auditors when we get down the track in our financial forecasting.
That's right, and it's not an easy conversation. And when I refer to business intelligence, it's about us having really good sound information that integrates a complex suite of data and information from across the organisation, so that we are all on the same page to have those. And I don't, and we want to get to a point where we're much more on the same page with our audit partners, and it may take a few more challenging conversations to get there, but that's obviously the ambition.
Thank you. Shane?
I just want to acknowledge, Katie, the fantastic work in this, because as a new councillor, before I read this paper, I had probably 110 questions, and growth was one of our biggest item to focus on. And I've said nothing because it's all there and it's telling us exactly where we need to head. I strongly support Monty's comments about this workshop's about the interconnection with the LTP, and those capital payments required that are triggered by development. That needs to be the focus now, and how we get better at predicting what they will be. So our relationship with developers. So it's a comment, not a question, but I'd just like to acknowledge the great work on a very complex area. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think it's worth, because it's come up now, what we will be bringing to you on that 24th June council meeting is the growth principles, and I'm seeking adoption for those, and both residential and industrial growth projections to use for the long-term plan. When that's locked in about what those industrial growth projections are in particular, as we talk about audit, that's when we will then translate that into rating units for the long-term plan. And that was the point of contention with audit. That is absolutely a key step in the long-term plan process, and that's when you'll see it happen. Yeah. Right, I've got 3 slides and half an hour. Well on track. These couple of slides, actually, this one breaks down the previous slide around greenfield. So again, you can see sort of this mix of greenfield, and then this one here around brownfield, where you have to gaze a little bit because of the scale of this. But again, just breaks down the data that we paused on overall. This slide here is different to the one in your pack, in that the red dotted line has magically shifted from 170 something to 370. So it's bumped up about 200 hectares. And this is because the team received the work from the consultants about the day before the material came out. The team said, this just doesn't quite feel right, and have been working with the consultants to actually land this properly. And so what you're seeing on the slide on the screen is the correct information about the industrial land capacity. So I apologise we didn't land that before the slides came out, but again, it just shows the manual way that we're working. And actually, again, this provides a good news story. What it means is that previously in the slide pack that you had, in the way that the consultants had been undertaking their assessment, it appeared that in the long term, we became slightly short of industrial land capacity, particularly in Cambridge. And when they have then considered what plan changes were already in the pipeline, then they realised, thanks to the staff kind of realising why this didn't feel quite right, that actually the consultants had overlooked that, and then we'll redo that analysis, and that's how we get to this number, which means that we do not have a shortfall in industrial land capacity, even in the long term. The reason for having two growth scenarios, and this will be one of the things that you are asked to consider at this 24 June meeting, is that the consultants have looked at a high projection based on the sort of translation from the population projections. What they've also then done is modelled an additional scenario, which I've called this dynamic high, which you can see leads to higher numbers. And the things that they've taken into account there are more local impacts rather than just taking sort of a more formulaic approach to this. And so for the sorts of examples, and the team can obviously round this out or correct me if I head off track, is that we are seeing that in Hamilton over those 30 years, then Hamilton starts to have a shortage of industrial land, and that the value of land, not surprisingly, you would see some of that industrial activity actually occur beyond the Hamilton City Council borders. And so that would come into Waipa and it would come into Waikato. And that for the size of floor area that you would need, that's absolutely to be expected in any sort of metropolitan area like ours. So that's one of the factors. Also, we have our own, we've got our own strengths, and so we've got some real centres of excellence forming both around the airport and in Hautapu, and so that tends to feed off itself, and so you see that coming through. And then thirdly, what we do have, particularly what they've taken into account for Hautapu, is the expected extension of Cambridge to Piarere Expressway, which just makes that access from Hautapu to the port of Tauranga and other places even easier than it is now. So those local conditions, and the consultants expect that we could well see even higher industrial growth than we might expect otherwise.
Yeah, just picking up on that comment, Katie, and just I'm really pleased to see that that figure was, well, it's been corrected, and there is a lot of land out there. I mean, a lot of the feedback we're starting to get is just how expensive land is in that area, and and we are competing with other areas, and I understand the limitations at the moment around Hamilton, but that won't last forever. But we're also competing, though it's sort of large in our district, with the airport land and that whole node around the around the airport. So one would sort of hope supply and demand that if this comes online and there's a plentiful amount of land, it will bring the square metre rate down to bring industry in quicker. That would be the hope. And I mean, I've had it firsthand. There are businesses want to come, they're not prepared to pay what has been asked at present.
So this slide, just like the previous one's been updated. So obviously we now don't see a shortfall in Cambridge. And so the material that ends up being released after this workshop will obviously be the updated material for the community to be able to see. So I've got just a couple of sort of final slides. So this is the slide that we put up before, and so I think when we think about what are the key messages and the key takeaways for our community, we've planned enough for our urban growth areas with no need for additional growth cells. We have put in significant enabling infrastructure to support that growth, and we're well positioned for the long term. We have enough homes in the pipeline to be able to meet the requirements of the government requirements, but also of our communities. And fundamentally, we're on track to meet the NPSUD requirements. I wanted to just bring this back to why this matters for the long-term plan and how some of the things that you've heard today actually fit. And I'm pretty sure this is my last slide. Yeah, this is my last one. You'll be pleased. We will lock in, as I said, we'll lock in what the growth projections are that you want to use for the long-term plan that will flow forward. We will use this information and refine it to inform each of these building blocks of the long-term plan. And as Karen's already mentioned, in parallel, we'll continue to review the growth strategy. At the moment, it's expected that we would then consult on that growth strategy as part of the long-term plan consultation so that people actually understand what the growth picture is and how we're approaching that in this 10-year period rather than trying to do that in the abstract, particularly because we are so well positioned at the moment and we're not going to need to see radical change in the form of that growth over that period. So I'll just pause there and see if there are any other questions that people have or other, not just questions about what you've heard today, but when you're thinking about it from a long-term plan perspective, what else might you want to understand? What other information might you need to be able to support the further discussions if you already sort of had to think about that at this point of time?
What further data do you need to lock in the growth numbers that we're going to use in the long-term plan? Because, I mean, you've already got the little demand bars there. Have you already done it?
Absolutely. So there is no additional information. Your choices really will be, so for your residential growth, are you happy to continue to use the University of Waikato population projections as you have been and the rest of the future-proof partners have been? And for the industrial land, do you want to use the high or the dynamic high scenario? And we'll provide a bit more rationale about what the difference is between the two and over and above what I just outlined before.
And your feeling is that the evidence base is good enough to satisfy our auditors?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I think I got clear then. But...
Can I have a word as well?
Sorry, I didn't see your hand up. Everyone's letting you go first, Roger, seeing you've been so quiet. You go first and then Claire, then Pip.
Yeah, I've got to say, guys, tremendous information that you gave to us and this particular presentation. With Shane, I am totally supportive of the messaging that comes out. It gives us real comfort that the enable capacity is online. I think my only comment is I think, thank goodness, that we're not trying to work too much outside of the long-term plan of 10 years, because I'm actually concerned that we're moving, we had the Industrial Revolution going back hundreds of years. We've now got the AI revolution. And I think the changes that will enable in social and employment changes, for instance, is frightening. And that pace, you can already see, that pace is ramping up with all the changes that we're getting now. So I think in terms of things like demographic of employment, demographic of residential requirement, community requirement, that's all going to be things that we're really going to have to look at as to where we actually place our emphasis for the future. So yeah, happy with where we are now, and thank goodness we're not looking at 10 to 20 years.
Thanks, Roger. Right, Claire.
Yeah, there's two areas that I'd like, I suppose, a bit more work done or alternatives considered. The first one is around the way growth cells, get populated and then developers want to vest assets to us. And I've been a bit vocal about, does that mean that depreciation costs are then put on council and we're actually having to rate our general ratepayers because we don't have enough new ratepayers in that growth cell. So I was thinking something that could actually be used as a mechanism is that for developers that are building assets that then they intend to vest to us, that we have a condition on it that they can't vest it to us until a certain number of building consents have been, completed or something, so that we know that we will have at least a minimum number of new ratepayers that would, and you could do the maths to work out, well, we'd need at least say, 10% or 5% to make sure that we're not adding to our general ratepayer burden. So I don't know whether or not that's been considered before, but I think you could say, yeah, we're not going to let it come onto our books until, there's a trigger level or something. And then the second comment I wanted to make is about the expert evidence that you get for like growth projections and things like that. So I've always been a bit uncomfortable that those university, I suppose, think tanks and that they like to use census data, and that always has quite a long lag to it. And I'd really like us to be looking at reliable sources of current data, of things that are happening, in the last 6 months or something. One of those is to have close relationships with, for instance, real estate agents, and schools as well, like where are their new pupils coming from and the kind of family makeup that they have, and are they living in the area or I presume they are living in the area, they're not travelling in, just as a measure. Because, you've highlighted that migration has got a massive impact for us, and we know that the government can change those settings, pretty much overnight. And so if we've got that more current picture on finger on the pulse of what's happening, I think that definitely helps us, certainly in working out our I suppose budgets for the next 3 years. I guess it's might not be so critical for the longer term ones, but I feel that having that more up to date data source would be really useful, for the shorter term stuff we do.
Thanks, Claire. 2 questions there. I think that vesting one is possibly Tony, is it?
I think we would have to look through a deep dive and ensure robust legal provisions were in place before we started going down a pathway of targeted rate depreciation for new vested assets or withholding vesting through an RMA process. That would need to be rigorously tested through the process. We are looking at some analysis around current key indicator properties versus what's coming on the books, because essentially what you're looking at is a targeted rate, a short-term targeted rate that gets uplifted. So there's a Rating Act implication of that, because you're essentially asking the developer to take on a targeted rate for the block of land that he might not actually be the owner of that if he sold that property onwards. So there's an RMA lens to look at LGA, and there's a Rating Act component. So we will be undertaking that analysis as we can. So that's the first part. It's also looking at the makeup of how much is depreciation through your current rating bill, and what does the new vested assets look like as a total sum to, how big is the gap between the new assets on versus the standard assets that are in play. And if you're saying that they shouldn't be paying for this, can you legally ask them to pay for the existing pocket of residual depreciation? So there's a give and take with that needs to be understood. And is it creating a rod for our backs by doing so? So, yeah, those are the elements to look at in terms of weighing up going down targeted rate provisions for vested depreciation. Yeah.
I wasn't expecting it to take the form of a targeted rate, but I am aware that Hamilton City Council have been looking at their depreciation for growth assets, and maybe we could look at how they are approaching it and if that would work too.
Yeah, so absolutely. And we're working closely. And I think this is where seeing the building blocks as you get to the long-term plan helps, so that this discussion's happening alongside James and the rest of the finance team, so we can think about, well, what comes to you for discussion around the financial strategy. And so what's your direction through the financial strategy? What can we do from a growth perspective? We are working closely with Hamilton City, the long-term plan team and the long-term plan team at Hamilton City, having very, very regular contact, as is Tony with his counterparts at the city, and the same for the financial team, so that we can, because we're often dealing with exactly the same issues. So learning from each other and bouncing each other's ideas around is certainly something we're actively doing. Yeah.
And the second question about the source of the population data, Waikato University versus something else.
I think this comes back to the point that Steph was making about making sure that we can gather that intel, which is what you're talking about, from a range of sources. And so some of that's going to be some quantitative sources, and some of it's actually just the relationships that we hold with the development community through schools, etc. And I think it remains really important, like you say, so that we can make sure that we are adjusting to what's happening both here and now, but also understanding these sorts of trends that you don't necessarily understand otherwise, and particularly without a census. You know, you can see changes in your community and then realise later kind of why you were feeling that there had been a change, because you've actually got a stat later that tells you that's coming, but then we can actually be more responsive.
Okay, we're going to wrap this up in about 10 minutes, so we're sort of on last round of questions. I've got Pip and then Mike.
Just a quick question. How sensitive is this to what I call really big development? You know, when AGL and APL sort of went in with a new glass factory, I was talking to the CEO at Mapa Networks and said, you know, we've had to build a new substation, and, you know, obviously that is sort of 20 times a whole part of, you know, small factories that are going to be set up. How sensitive is this to sort of really, really, you know, big projects? And given the fact that these things probably have a relatively long lead time, are there some biggies that might come that might sort of change all these projections around?
I think it goes both ways. Like in the short term, none of these projections really can account for, you know, black swan events where it's up and down massively. You know, the kind of massive economic shocks are just the reality of it. But over a long period of time, those trajectory lines are relatively stable to meet what you required. It just, the subtleties of a plus minus. I think there's a good graph in this presentation that understands like what happened with COVID and that. And then, but eventually we'll get back to a fulsome on track approach. So they're really good at helping inform what's required to meet those requirements in a strategic decision-making perspective.
Mike.
Thanks for the chair. Just a question around what alternative funding and financing tools, it's plural, can we utilise? I mean, Tauranga City Council, a good example of using that, going to government and getting quite a bit of money to use that. So just two questions. One, it's plural, and just explain that to me. But the other one is the sort of things that we can use, particularly around infrastructure. Just because I'm not sure if we've discussed it as a new team. I know we discussed it as a previous council.
Yes, so the tools is in response to, I suppose, pillar 2 of that going for housing growth, which is development levies as one of the tools, and it's the aspect of the IFF legislation, and then regional deals. So it's exploring all those types of options with the improvements around IFF, how we've seen them start to be used in practice through some of the fast track applications. So Tiawa Lakes in the HCC area, that's got an IFF and how they're approaching that from a developer lens. So that's some of the aspects that are being looked at in terms of alternative funding and financing arrangements. Yeah.
And one of the advantages with that is it's over, say, 30 years with a consistent interest rate all the way through.
Yeah, they've had to sharpen their pencils a lot and compared to what those costs of the Tauranga City one were, because they have a lot of trade-offs with how they're set up. They don't account for if a subsidy share was built into that IFF, what happens if that gets removed? And that's what TCC are facing now with a whole portfolio of the roading one that they have was expecting a lot of funding from NZTA. That's no longer there. And you can't increase the levy once it's set, but it has an annual inflation built into it, and it has a higher operating and interest rate than what your typical rate would have. Yeah.
So it allows you to do something earlier possibly, but there is a cost to it. All right, thank you.
And if I can just add to that, I think we're still waiting to see exactly how the changes come through in legislation. So IFF, Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act, and what Mike's referring to is a levy that can be imposed to fund infrastructure, and that can be from a private developer, a council, an iwi organisation, or a combination and partnership of those things. And then the levy is paid back via a rate, a targeted rate on beneficiaries. And so that can be clumped for groups of beneficiaries that way. And so you've got that guaranteed repayment. So that's the tool at the moment. The government's aware, as Tony's mentioned before, that they're looking to try and simplify the way that that levy can be used and make it more adaptable. And they'll also probably expect that more organisations, particularly including NZTA, would start using this NZTA, the IFF levy, as a way to actually fund work as well. And so you can see us going straight into those sorts of partnerships for the central government and local government share, and potentially private developers as well, to bring work on. And so, as I say, the advantage can be that you can get something committed earlier. It can be quite a useful tool to bring multiple funding partners together to get something done and apportion benefit to different groups of people to be able to do that and guaranteed income stream.
Okay, Ange.
Thank you, through Mayor Monty.
not
Sorry,
the mayor.
Chair Monty, I meant to say Chair Monty, sorry. It's just, you confused me in the wrong seat. No, anyway, this could be a little bit left field, but just when I was listening to what you're talking and growth and the fact that we're a tier 1 council and so that means inevitably we're going to start seeing a much denser towns with people. One of the things that really stood out was that Cambridge have all this wonderful green area. And then when we look at Te Awamutu, I realise the scale is probably different, but we actually don't have much green area. So that made me think, well, as part of our growth strategy, has anything been taken into account for more green area? And the other part of that concern is when we're looking at big metropolitan areas like, say, Melbourne, and people are going that next step and replacing their lawns with fake grass. And, like we've got some big playgrounds and stuff that have gone in, and they are all synthetic material. And that's actually starting to impact the biodiversity of those areas. So I'm going, okay, we're grow, but where is our parks and reserves increasing with that? And there's an added cost to those things.
Yes, and an additional benefit, as you've indicated, for things like climate change reasons and amenity as well. But perhaps just ask Karen first to answer from the growth strategy perspective.
Yeah, there's two parts. So in the next section of this workshop, we've got the growth principles, and one of them is about what you have raised there, that as we grow, it is important to consider that and how we plan for that and protect the existing areas, but make sure we've got that as we continue to grow. So through our growth strategy work, that is something that we'll look at. I think that, yeah, but the principles too, let's bring it up in the next conversation as well.
So remember that for me, because I've got
I will.
sneak off. So that's my principle.
Thank you.
And just the first part of, do we need to look at more growth cells in Taumutu? The evidence through the system of the demand that's coming online, and even the historic around what's uptaken in Taumutu, it's largely infill, and the demand versus what we have in terms of the actual stock available is matching that supply. So there's no, as Katie and Karen have pointed out, there's no investigative means to require more land to be freed up to enable Te Awamutu to grow in the way that the pattern is showing it's growing.
Okay, thanks, team. Let's draw this to a close. I just by way of sort of summary, I think that I'm getting the sense that the elected members are really appreciative of this growth story that you've told. Okay, it's given us clarity we haven't had to date, so brilliant on that. Looking ahead, I just wanted to say, Tony, your little description of the infrastructure requirements ahead of us, that's the best description I've heard of that trajectory. If someone had sat me down and asked me, I wouldn't have been able to answer it. So I really look forward to this sort of mindset continuing into the infrastructure strategy. I've got to be honest, previously the infrastructure strategy I found pretty impenetrable, but that is essentially what we want to know. What are the infrastructure steps required to team up with the growth strategy? And obviously it's all reflected in the long-term plan. So all coming together nicely. And yeah, so just that was sort of a plea from me to keep the infrastructure strategy at that kind of, I know it's a technical document, but it's telling a story as well. And we all need to understand the story. And it's a very key component. So, all right, everyone, great session. We're back at 12:55. Thank you, everyone. Okay, everyone, if I could call us back, please. Everyone's back here. So this afternoon, we're carrying on with the growth workshop where we're going to deal with these growth principles. And then we're into the long-term plan, significant forecasting assumptions. We are having a break in the middle. It says in our agenda we're doing 2 hours first and then 1 hour. I suspect there's not so much controversial in the growth principles, so it'll be more like an hour and a half in my estimation. We'll have a 5-minute break and then carry on. Okay. So back to you, team. Growth principles.
Thank you. So the growth principles, I'm just trying to use my clicker again. Again, here's the purpose of having growth principles. We don't have any at the moment. It's common that many places do, and I think that they would be very helpful to guide both the refresh of the growth strategy, which is happening in parallel with this and picks up on the comments you've made, as well as really giving that clear direction now that we can lock in to guide the development of the long-term plan. We have obviously had a think about these draft principles, lining them up with the discussion that we heard and what you've landed. It's your LTP strategic goals and priorities. And we have put forward 8. There is supporting text for each of these. And so the purpose of today is to get that feedback from you about whether you think that there's value in having any, and if there are, if this sort of set actually hits the mark. We will obviously take your feedback, and we're proposing that we bring amended growth principles through to you for adoption at the 24 June meeting, so that they then are locked in to support the rest of the LTP development. So if there aren't any questions about that, I suggest we just rattle through these one by one and gather your feedback about these. But remember what they are. All right, so we picked up on the discussion that we had last time around the long-term plan, and particularly the discussions that you had about your strategic goals and the priorities. And one of the discussions, the reminders was that obviously we're planning for people, we're planning for communities, we're not just planning for numbers of houses and numbers of businesses. And so we really wanted to start by putting and reminding ourselves that we want to put people at the heart of why we are doing this. And then we can think about both the similarities and differences that different communities have. And that's what this principle is expected to pick up.
Yeah, and we'll do questions as we go. There's only 8 of them, right? So, yep. Shane.
You got contribute to Ahuaki outcomes. I don't know what that means.
I think Ahuaki communities spatial plan.
That's right.
And the outcomes are?
So they're here somewhere. We'll just get them to read them out. So there are specific outcomes identified in Ahuaki, and so we are linking directly back to those that have already been approved by council as part of the Ahuaki spatial plan. But we'll come back if we perhaps carry on with questions, and then we'll be able to come back and read out what those outcomes are.
Can I have a comment?
Yeah, Roger, sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
That's better. The one question I want to have is it's going back to that comment that I made about the AI revolution that's occurring now, and support people and communities to thrive. And I'm just wondering whether thrive is the right word, because that has got an inference or a connotation of being related to income or wealth or something, whereas perhaps some of the considerations in future may not be that way inclined. So I don't know what the word could be, but as I say, I just wonder whether thrive is too much of a financial implication.
I just would note there that it does echo our strategic goal. where we use the exact same word, and there was a debate at the time whether thrive was the appropriate word. So we discussed it at the time, and it was around the scope of the word thrive and the idea that it doesn't just mean economically thrive. Communities can thrive in any way. So that was just me jumping in. Steph, do you want to answer that? Because yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, throughout these principles, we've really tried to echo the language that you've used in your strategic goals and your priorities for that very reason. That's exactly why we've picked it up here.
Yeah,
I couldn't think of an alternative word.
Thanks,
I asked
Roger.
the question. I just couldn't think of something that would fit. So, okay, move on.
It's very notable to me that these do echo the strategic direction, which I'm very pleased to see. Right, Claire.
Yeah, thanks. I want to talk a bit more about that as well, because I'm looking at page 38, which has got the supporting rationale. And what stands out to me there are the real benefits for communities and how places function, and especially about livability and affordability. So what I'm worried about with the current wording of that is that, you could say, well, we are going to support a lot of infrastructure investment that will allow, say, big corporates to set up here, and it will mean that the rates will go up because the costs of having these complex and absolutely amazing headquarters and that, but that in the end it becomes unaffordable for ordinary people. So that's what I'm worried about. And so I know you've got people at the heart of growth. So the headline says to me that you are concerned with livability and affordability as well as functionality. But when I just see thrive, I think, well, if we're looking after the top echelon, everyone else is going to benefit. And I don't buy into that. Yeah, so that's what I'm worried about with that kind of wording.
Yeah, it's certainly not the intent, and I think the supporting rationale becomes very important about that. But we could certainly look at, given that in the end these principles will stand on their own, whether we need to weave those points together better to reflect the intent and the rationale.
And I do support the querying of what ahuaki means. Yeah, because we have to be aware that the people that read this, that they might not even know anything about ahuaki. Yeah.
Yeah. So on that, you get it like a 2-for-1 deal here going on. So what we do have is, if I just read the ahuaki outcome areas, which are listed here. So the relevant outcome areas: so strong connected towns and villages, rejuvenation and efficient use of existing places, community wellbeing now and into the future, healthy and resilient environment, places with strong cultural identity, coordinated and affordable investment, and partner-enabled delivery. And so what you've got in the paper there is then the examples of how the growth decisions would contribute to achieving those ahuaki outcome areas.
Yeah.
Okay, Dale Marie.
It's just more on the back of Claire's kōrero, Katie, and that's worrying about the gentrification, of especially our, those that are aging and rates and stuff like that are becoming, more out of reach, as well as tangata whenua. Tangata whenua are getting pushed and pushed out of this area more and more by the day, and rates are exasperating that. Kia ora tātou.
Yep. Okay. Thank you for that. I think we'll, I hear that message, and we'll think about how we bring forward the intent from the rationale as well, so we really reflect that point. Thank you.
Okay.
Right. Next one. Here we go. Again, what you'll see again with this one, I mean, I just read out the Ahuake outcome areas, and it's not surprising that some of these have that sort of consistent flavour to them. So this one here, reflecting place, culture and identity, and this is something we heard really strongly through the Ahuake spatial plan work around those characteristics of our villages and our towns that are important to people from a place-based perspective, as well as recognising the place of mana whenua in our district, and everyone who's here and to come. So that was what this principle's expected to pick up.
Yep, thanks. Certainly really support this. So I was going to give an example. The airport that did the redevelopment, and they chose the Peka Peka as, you know, something that they could really relate to as, I suppose, reflecting place, culture and identity. But really, that was something that the entity themselves chose to do. So I'm looking at the relevant strategies and agreements that reflect, that are supporting this particular principle. And there's nothing in there that says that we're going to have, I suppose, guidelines or, best practice that developers might consider. Because I think that the placemaking function normally happens, well, it has the biggest impact, you know, with new developments. And so the listed strategies and agreements there are the Ahuaki Community Spatial Plan, Iwi and Mana Whenua Partnerships, and Waipa 2050 Growth Strategy. So are you planning to sort of have some more directive guidance for people that are wanting to do something that would allow those real, I suppose, characteristics of identity and culture and place be brought to life more?
Yeah, I think so. And I think that this is exactly the benefit of having those sort of principles locked in, is that then you can flow them through to say, you know, in practice, how do you make them breathe? And that would be a good example of how you would do so. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just to get back to Ahuaki outcomes. So isn't one of the outcomes actually principle 2? Or very close to it?
One moment, please, caller. We'll just flick back to the outcome areas that have got up here. Yes, so in the Ahuake outcome, it does say places with strong cultural identity. And so that's certainly very consistent. We've used different language to have that place-based component, which is really the grounding that we're trying to put here into the growth principles.
Sorry, but okay, so number one, you've got to contribute to Ahuaki outcomes. And before that, you talked about support people and communities to thrive, which is also part of the Ahuaki outcomes. Yep. Then you go to principle 2, which is part of the Ahuaki outcomes. Can we not just state not have contribute to Ahuaki outcomes, state what the outcomes are, and we don't have to state them all because they are a part of the whole document anyway.
Yeah, I absolutely see what you're getting at. And yes, we can certainly do that either way around. And if we don't reference Ahuaki outcomes in that first principle, then we would just note that the principles themselves are consistent with Ahuaki outcomes, and that would be a tidier way of doing it. And therefore remove the reference to Ahuaki outcomes in principle 1, and that you've then got growth specific outcomes which relate to your growth work. And that would be how I'd recommend you do it. So you're not duplicating then between Ahuaki outcomes and what you've got here.
And Claire's comment too about, you know, someone reading the document and not actually knowing what it is. I'd rather be specifically stating than referring to something that people don't understand.
Yep.
Okay. Right. Yeah. I mean, that's actually a fair call out. So, and Katie's recommendation handles it nicely, I think. Yeah. And all of them are entirely consistent with Ahuaki. Yeah, we accept that. Pip.
I just think it's sort of follow on from that comment that if you went to the community and said, describe Ahuaki, I mean, most people would go. And so, I mean, we assume that people know what Ahuaki means, when in actual fact, probably 99% of the population don't know what the hell it's in it. So if rather than referring to a document that nobody knows, it's best to put something which is very specific, because I don't think many people know really what this whole thing Ahuaki is about.
Yep. Okay. Thanks for that feedback.
Okay, anyone else on this one? Thank you for that. There was a good piece of substantial guidance there. I like it. Dean.
Sorry, I'm so slow. I'm going back to one.
Sure.
It was just, we were talking about, Thrive. And I was thinking some of the points that were being made true. And I want to know if we should change Thrive and if we should make it Flourish, which has a bit of a wider meaning, but it's not so tied to, finances as much, but it still means to succeed or to be good or to do well at what you do without having to just be the money, which Thrive sounds a bit more like that. I don't know.
This is probably a elected member discussion
This is
more than
that's exactly right. I mean, we've used the language that you've adopted, and we're in your hands.
Yeah, and look, to me, a plant thriving or flourishing, is there any difference? I'm not sure at all. They're pretty close to me. But the thing I most have a view on is if you're trying to drive an organisation through your strategy, it's really important that the whole system cascades down. And if you've chosen something as your strategic direction, it's really important to me. It's reflected down, so that everyone who works here and everything they do, they've always got those things ringing around their head. The more you start changing it, the worse it gets for me. And the less powerful as strategic direction it becomes. And I mean, one of our key roles here is providing strategic direction. I thought we did the strategic direction on the LTP piece very, very well. So for me, chopping and changing words now, I'm not into it really at all, because I think it begins to undermine our whole sort of strategic direction to the organisation. Right, anyone else? Mike, I think you want to talk on this?
Yeah, hey, look, I totally agree. And look, we'll all take our own bias into words like that, as other people will. So I totally agree. The flow down the cascade is actually really important. Otherwise, the messages and the whole direction starts getting muddled and lost. So, I mean, Thrive, what means you use something. I mean, I look at my school and Thrive's got nothing to do with money. I don't even associate Thrive with money until it was sort of brought up, to be fair. So I'm comfortable with it.
These will be coming back for decision later on, but obviously these discussions are really good now. So if we sort of could have, I mean, air anything you want, and if we're getting a sense that there's a mood for change, it would be good to know now. If we're getting a sense there's mood for acceptance. So if anyone else wants to support Dean, it'd be good to say so now.
I would just like to come in and say thank you, Dean, for thinking of an alternative word. And I quite like the word flourish, but I do take, Monty, your point about the reflection throughout the organisation of our key strategies. Yeah, so.
Happy to move on then?
Happy to move on. Happy to move on.
Okay, let's move on.
This draft principle has two components to it deliberately. And the first is about the fact to reflect, as you heard this morning, that we already have sufficient growth areas provided for, and we want to be able to keep the growth focused in those existing places, so that we actually have those well-functioning communities, and we protect our high-quality soils and things like that. The second part to it really picks up on the discussion that you had when you were picking up on your goals. And that was about making sure that we weren't just focused from a growth perspective on new areas, that we made sure that that development and rejuvenation of existing areas is something that we are very deliberate about as well. And we provided the rationale for doing that. There's certainly, I think it is important to point out that, you know, the implications of all of these principles is kind of how we play them forward. And it does mean if someone came through with a brand new greenfield area in the middle of nowhere with a private plan change or the next fast track application, then we would have these growth principles to say, actually, our principles are that this is where growth occurs and these are the reasons for it. And that would be something that would be put forward and considered by your hearing commissioner. And so there are real implications of this and all of the other growth principles that we're putting forward to you. But I hope that we've reflected the discussion that you had about this, particularly the sort of latter half of the principle.
Anyone?
I agree with this.
Yeah, it feels very, very familiar to those of us who've been through the strategy.
Yeah, totally support this one.
Yep. Anyone want to comment? Question? No? Let's keep moving.
All right. So this one here really speaks to council's role in enabling homes, businesses and jobs. And this was a bit of a discussion that you also had about how proactive council wanted to be. And what we have tried to do is think about how can we support local economic activity? How can we be part of the solution rather than part of the problem here? And that is about clear and consistent signals. It is about having the supporting evidence. It is about being able to make sure that we've got those positive relationships, but we have actually sent good market signals and that we can behave in that way with our development community in the top piece. And the second part here for you, again, picking up on some of the comments that you've already made, to openly acknowledge what these important factors are that you're needing to trade off as decision makers, which includes affordability, for you and for the community, as you've already talked about in your financial strategy, for example, as well as quality of place, level of service. And I think that's something that means that that's guidance to staff to think that when we are bringing advice to you, we are really clearly making sure that you're able to make well-informed decisions considering these sorts of trade-offs.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I totally support the principle. I'd like to dig into the heading, okay, because I thought the emphasis was on that council's role will be an enabler. It won't be a direct investor. Because I find that some of the proposals that come forward, there's an expectation that council will actually be the direct investor or give up DC revenue, you know, and stuff like that, to enable something to go ahead. And yeah, I mean, is there an opportunity to change it to say enable a role for council avoiding direct investment or discouraging direct investment? Yeah, I guess it's closing out some conversations before they start. I don't know, but it might be a bit harsh. Yeah, but because in fact I thought, as it stands, I mean, you say, well, that's what we're doing. You know, you hardly need a principle about it. But I think it's trying to point out that it's the enabling part of stuff that we want to do, and we're not really interested in other roles that developers might think we might need to have.
And hence why the word enabling is the first word. That doesn't satisfy you?
Well, I think it suggests, oh, well, if you want something to happen, you must be willing to put some money up for it, or ratepayers should be helping out with it as well. You know, as an example, not that it's a bad example, but we were really keen on affordable housing and we were able to provide some land. But when we were working with the government agency on it, they didn't want to pay any DCs, you know, and that would have meant a burden on our ratepayers, our general ratepayers. And so I kind of want to avoid having to get into that corner all the time. Yeah.
At the end of the first paragraph, enabling the market to deliver is quite important too. So the heading is enabling, and then the explanation is enabling the market. I hear what you're saying, but for me, it was kind of covered off. Roger?
Yes, I again go back on my comments that I made earlier on. and we've got there deliver homes, housing choice, business and jobs. And I'm just wondering whether there also needs to be recognition that there will be change and that we need to either put in something like social amenities or community facilities in there that meets the changing social need of the future communities.
It is implied an infrastructure investment. Sorry, that is on, but we could flesh that out and say infrastructure and community amenity or something like that.
It's actually quite a good call out. It could just be, because infrastructure does tend to, most of us, to mean hard infrastructure, not amenity type investment. Anyone got
But
thoughts on
let's
that?
consider picking this
Just
up. in our
worried about
next-
using the word amenity because, you know, that's excluded from any application in the National Policy Statement for Urban Development or Medium Density. Yeah, they say you can't take amenity into account. I hear what you're saying. I don't know if it could be community facilities or, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're using the word amenity to mean buildings and
Facility.
organisations that could operate rather than how pleasant a place might look.
Social infrastructure.
Yeah. How about we don't
Yep.
try and wordsmith
Yep.
now?
Leave that one to you
and-
guys. It's a good idea,
And
though.
we will consider whether it fits best here in this principle or in the next one where we talk about infrastructure and call it out. But absolutely, we will be explicit about this role about social infrastructure or whatever the best phrase is that we land on and bring that back.
Good,
I
thank
think it
you.
could also fit in number one because it's people at the heart of growth and it's about how the people that live in a community could actually, yeah, function and get about.
Okay, good call out, team. And yeah, we'll leave that to the experts where that best fits, but I think it's a good call out. Anyone else, or should we move on to 5?
This again is designed to reflect that the discussion that you had and obviously one of your priorities about managing your financial sustainability and particularly through the way that we strategically manage growth and certainly talks about that community expectation about using the best use of ratepayer money and sequencing growth so that we're bringing it on stream with the limited funds available as we sort of talked about this morning.
Yeah, I'm really happy with this. I was just wondering whether in the rationale, we talk about just-in-time infrastructure delivery, because that might address some of the concerns where developers might have that, well, you know, they want it in place, but we're saying, well, we're just doing it just in time, not doing it too much in advance. That's all. And efficient, I think I used the word, for financial efficiency. Yeah, I don't know if you've got efficiency there. Oh, yes, you have. Yeah.
So you're suggesting bringing into this the just-in-time expression, which remind me, did that make it through to our strategy or not, or our priorities? I can't remember. It did. It made it through to the final version, just-in-time capital delivery. It was definitely in an early version, but
Yes, it's in there.
okay, cool. So we could just be echoing that. So yeah, okay. Any other comments on that? It's another good one for the team to take away and work out exactly where best fits. We don't want to be wordsmithing here.
I'm very happy to, because I think that just in time, is a very nice phrase, particularly as it relates to infrastructure.
Great, thank you. This one here is hopefully straightforward about what it's trying to do here, reflecting both the environmental limits, the significance of tūtariwhai mana, and then thinking about risks, natural hazards and climate change as a bundle.
Any comments? We'll keep moving otherwise. Okay, that one, it's hard to argue with anything in there for me.
Yeah, can I go back?
Yeah, Roger, over to you.
And just something's come through in my mind, and I'm actually not sure where it sits, but it certainly is in financial sustainability, and the fact that increasing supply does not necessarily have an impact on increasing demand and financial sustainability of the infrastructure in which we've invested. So we don't, increasing supply doesn't necessarily impact affordability and therefore mean that we're going to get more sale of the exit. You see what I'm getting at there?
Somewhat, Roger. Can you just have another go? What I've heard is, are you suggesting that's a potential problem?
Well, I think that when we had a look at that Queenstown housing model, they were very clear coming back with the message that increasing supply didn't actually mean any decrease in the average cost of housing in Queenstown. So what we've got to ensure is that our existing development zones and the investment that's made into those doesn't get compromised in any way in terms of their feasibility.
So if I can respond to that, I think that's what we've tried to reflect in draft principle 3, which I'll just go back to. Oh, sorry, I've pushed the button too much.
Yeah.
Here we go. Where we are saying that we want growth to be focused in those existing areas, which includes the growth cells that you've already got in place in those places. And I think that probably picks up your point, Roger. I know that certainly for a council like Hamilton City, with all of the fast track applications they've got going on, and there is real concern for there that those fast track applications, which are unplanned and unsequenced developments, actually cannibalise the existing growth areas and the infrastructure investments that councils have already made. And so, that was discussed in a council meeting at Hamilton City just last week. And I mean, that's a different scale that we've got going on here, but it's the same principle that I think that you're actually getting at, Roger. And I think that this principle 3 is designed to cater for that.
Good, thank you. Yeah, you captured it well there, Katie. Thank you. Sorry to have gone back. 3 principles.
No, that's great. Yep. Let's flick through. Okay, that one there. So,
Mayor Mike.
Sorry, to speak to that, and this flies totally in the face of what I just said about being consistent, so happy for this to be thrown out. Communities and infrastructure will be planned to reduce risks from natural hazards and climate effects.
Is this the title?
Well, I'm just saying as an alternative to and the effects of climate change, which can be a motive to you get people that are for it and against it. No one can argue climate effects are climate effects. It takes any politics or anything out of it.
Yeah.
But even if we say yes to it, I don't know if it's consistent with the other things we've put in, because we always do talk about climate change. So I'm just throwing it in there. I'm not saying it's a great idea.
We can go away and check if there is somewhere else where we've referred to it and make sure we've got consistent wording, and but take your point. Yep. This next one really picks up on exactly what you might expect, that what we're trying to say is while we've set out where we want growth to occur, you will identify how you want to prioritise investment to go, and that we know that we need to respond to market conditions and changes to our external environment. And so that's what we are trying to pick up here, recognising that uncertainty.
Yeah, Claire.
Thanks. I agree with the principle. I was just looking at the table on page 38 where you list the relevant strategies and agreements that are going to help you do that. It's got long-term plan, growth strategy, and the risk and assurance frameworks. So it's kind of similar to what I raised earlier in the day, where we've got to make sure that the data we're getting is I suppose, more up to date at times, so that your data sources are broad enough, diverse enough to make sure that you're identifying a trend early and things like that. You've got those signals. Yeah. So it's not about the wording, but just that if you're demonstrating how you're going to achieve that or perform on it, that I want to make sure that we've got some diverse data sources there.
And last but not least, obviously this also picks up on one of your priorities around partnerships, so that we can do more than we can do by ourselves, and translating that into a growth context.
Everyone happy? That was very easy to go through those 8. And I commend the team. It was easy because we'd spent quite a lot of time on our strategic direction.
Correct.
And you reflected them beautifully. I actually felt like I'd written them myself, to be honest. The first time I wrote them, I just went, perfect. So thank you. Look forward to them coming back into a decision-making setting later.
So just as we finish, just a reminder, so we've said that we'll bring these back to inform the long-term plan. I mean, in parallel, we've sort of already mentioned this growth strategy that's going on along the side of that we'll be bringing to you along the way, so that we can think about the sort of how we grow as well as where we grow. And this will be a good place to be able to take those principles and really drive the work of the strategy that's going on the next while. So you'll see this show up in 2 places. It's great. Thanks very much.
Really interesting that we've never had growth strategies before. Wonder why we didn't.
Growth principles.
We've had a strategy, not principles.
Principles.
Yeah, but the principles are a foundational part of the strategy.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Hey, we'll just take 5 minutes off before returning to LTP significant forecasting assumptions. Thanks, everyone. 5 minutes away. Okay, everyone, welcome back. So now we move into the last part of the day, our significant forecasting assumptions. The long-term plan, it's a statement of what we intend to do. It's a contract with our community and it's a budget, right? And I learned a long time ago that any budget is only as good as the assumptions that goes into it. So this is actually quite an important component of a budget build, understanding the forecasting assumptions. So over to you again, team.
All right, thank you. So George will really lead us through this session, but just a little bit by way of introduction from me about to add to what Monty's already said about what are these forecasting assumptions and why do they matter? But they are our best guesses that we make as we develop the long-term plan. But being explicit about them means that as we understand them better, we can change them and think about how they flow through to the way that we're developing the long-term plan. They're based on the evidence that we've got at the time, and they absolutely underpin the financial and the service planning that we're doing in the long-term plan. So I think it can be hard, particularly as you've already been in the room for nearly 4 hours and you've already talked about one thing and now you turn to this to think this is a technical exercise. But like you say, these really do matter again because they will impact on our infrastructure and service levels and will test the risks if the assumptions don't happen to think about what the implications are for the long-term plan. George will run us through sort of what we've put together for this time, how they differ, what the approach is that we're taking for this time, and particularly that link with the risk approach that you've already taken as a council.
Oh, kia ora, Katie.
So you're happy to do questions as we go, I'm assuming. Liz just had a question about point on this.
Yeah, just under what are they? You've got just your wording, you've got best guesses based on evidence and subject matter expert input. We're making guesses on expert input, are we?
Not literally, no. I guess we're using subject matter expert information to make an assumption, which really is a best guess because we don't have a crystal ball.
What about best direction?
Yep, could be.
And in the final document, they're called significant forecasting assumptions, right? Which probably fulfills your query, I think.
All right, so there's just 2 or 3 intro slides, and then I think Mike is going to pause and just see which assumptions you may like to discuss. We won't go through all of them if that's not required. But the first couple of slides just anchor these assumptions back into our risk framework here at Council and our risk appetite. So there are links here in terms of the level of uncertainty and then the level of appetite Council has. I guess the purpose of this is not to sit here and debate the levels of uncertainty and appetite unless they're fatally flawed or really don't sit well with you. But I guess the thing is, the higher, I guess, the level of uncertainty, and if you have a very low appetite for the consequence of something happening, then you might want to have a think about your assumption. And that's articulated in this paper here, which I think sums it up quite well. How comfortable Council is with a level of uncertainty is what we call Council's risk appetite. If we aren't comfortable with the uncertainty, we may choose to draft a more conservative assumption. So that's really the underlying sort of statement to keep in mind. There are links to our top risks. So they are our top 11 risks that are being actively managed by the organisation with oversight by the Risk and Assurance Committee. And there are very much, they've been used to guide what we think the residual risk rating might be and our risk appetite. So it's a reference point.
What's changed since last time? So I just call out Daisy, who's just sitting over there, who has done a significant amount of work on this and has made some significant improvements since last LTP. And you can see that in the document that you would have received. It's very much laid out differently, more user-friendly, and calling out the key points. The other thing is that they have been very much rationalised. A number of the assumptions were more risks than assumptions, and they are managed sort of through a different sort of forum, I guess, or different conversation. So that's been rationalised right down to what staff believe are the significant forecasting assumptions. So probably just leave it at that and let Mike.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Claire.
So it's about the change in format, and the old format had source and monitoring on the right-hand side. And I couldn't see that in the new layout. And while it doesn't really affect the assumptions as such, but one of the things that elected members were wanting was assurance that those assumptions are, being followed up on, and someone's responsible for making sure that it's updated or brought to our attention or something. So, and we did have some examples where some risks weren't particularly well managed previously that we, got some shocks from. So in some ways, it's quite nice to know that supporting information of where you're going to get your data sources from and then who's responsible for monitoring them. That's all. So how's that going to be managed? Maybe just in the risk and assurance committee? I don't know, but yeah, it'd be good to understand that. So it's just not sort of, we're complacent about it, that it will be actively managed.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, Councillor St Pierre. I think internally we'll add that, talk to Daisy, but internally we will add that to the frame in terms of the source and the mechanism or forum with which it is monitored. A lot of these are monitored through the Finance and Corporate Committee in terms of the financial reporting, and some through the key risk indicator reporting through to RAC, but it would be good to have a comprehensive view of that going forward. We could do better.
Yeah, look, I totally agree with that. That's a good call out. And this does relate straight through to our Risk and Assurance Committee, and it could provide a slightly different and better focus for how this comes forward. Mike.
Yeah, just, and I know we don't want to get hung up on, but if we just go back a slide, and if I start at number 11, yeah, so failure to transition to Waikato Waters Limited, and our appetite risk is high. Is that still accurate? That's all I'm asking. I mean, for me, I sort of put an M, but I just want to throw it past the group.
And you have to be appetite and residual rating. This is quite old. I would be very surprised if the staff were still rating the residual risk rating on transitioning to Waikato Waters at very high.
Yeah.
Over to you on that, George, and to answer that.
Yeah, and you're right. And through the quarterly monitoring, I would be reducing this in the next RAC. Previously, I would have said it was very high based on the risk profile, but I wouldn't now. We are green, we are going. In terms of the risk appetite, it's sort of an ongoing conversation at Risk and Assurance, but it's more formally discussed every year around our annual top risk review, and you as governors decide what that risk appetite is.
The risk of asking the dumb question. So we're talking about LTP forecasting assumptions, etc. Won't this also transition to being a CCO accountability risk as opposed to failure to transition? So this will emerge in time, won't it? Or it will evolve in time as more appropriate?
Yeah, so these are our
6 weeks to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are our top risks for this year that governors have established. They'll be reviewed and refreshed. Yeah. And I wouldn't imagine that risk is there.
Yeah.
It will be something different.
It will be something different.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess this is here just to help inform, but good call out, but with a focus on the significant forecasting assumptions.
So I think the opportunity here is then to understand where you would like to focus your attention today and work through these significant forecasting assumptions rather than starting at number one and working our way through to the very final one. So perhaps seek feedback about what the best way is to do that. And perhaps just before we do that, just note that we have considered as staff whether we had an assumption about simplifying local government reform and the impacts of that, but it's too early to say what they are. So it is not that we are ignoring the fact that that's out there and we're holding it on the side at the moment to then be able to see how might that translate into a forecasting assumption as we start to understand how the council approaches that.
Katie, I think from memory there were 19 live and populated risks out of the 27, meaning 8 are parked pending population, growth assumptions being one of them. Yep. Look, I probably think we probably do have to just skim through them one at a time.
Sure.
Probably. I mean, some of them are just straight through, but I think it's probably worth doing them one at a time rather than us just calling out ones that are important to us.
Okay. Of course we can do that because there is a sort of flow to the way that they've been ordered that way. So we can certainly just run through them one by one.
But we don't have to spend ages on them if they're straightforward. We'll just keep moving, okay?
Yep.
You can see one of the additional improvements that I didn't mention before is they have been grouped, which I think is quite useful for you to be able to have a discussion around. So here is credit rating and climate change in relation to the macro environment. Look, I'm not going to go into any detail. It's here in the paper in terms of what those actual assumptions are talking about. But you can see from the credit rating one, low appetite, very low appetite there in regards to the level of uncertainty and the impact it might have, higher for climate change.
Yeah, just a comment on that, not to change it, it's totally accurate, but I'll put the word control above it because we don't have control over all that as from July the 1st, which I'm sure we all sort of realise. Waikato Waters needs to go well for our credit rating, I understand, to go well as well, stay intact.
And just to be really clear, what we're doing here is we go through them. Every assumption starts council assumes, okay? So the credit rating one, it says council assumes its credit rating will remain stable over the period. That's the assumption, okay, that underpins the LTP. If it turns out to be untrue, there'll be implications. We'll end up paying more interest, for example. So staff have assessed that there is a moderate uncertainty associated with that assumption, and they've roughly picked up the corresponding risk appetite from our risk appetite framework. Okay, so that's what's happening here. So just because there's a bit of a deviation isn't necessarily a problem. It's just sort of a reference point they're giving you that previous council set that as a risk appetite. Okay, but if anyone thinks that the uncertainty associated with the assumption they can't live with, now's your chance to say it because we could actually do something about it. And we could change the assumption, which would ripple through the budgeting process. Okay, so that's what we're trying to do. Clear.
Thank you, Monty, for pointing that out and giving a bit more description because I'm comfortable with the risk appetite, but I'm not comfortable with the uncertainty. And that's mainly because I've heard some comments that our credit rating is tied to the way Waikato Waters will deliver its program. I think I'd just like a bit more information about how that's going to work and how that could impact us. Like at the moment, I just feel like the link's been made, but I don't have enough understanding about what we should be watching, so that then we can make sure that we've got some sort of safety net or, monitoring or something, I don't know, to gauge what's sufficient to protect our position. So I think what I'm saying is that, I like the way the risk appetite's been set, but it signals that we might need to do some work during our preparation for the LTP to have a bit of a deep dive into it, maybe. I don't know if that's the right, because that's not what we're trying to do today. We're just trying to work out the assumptions, but I'm just signaling I do want to probably have a workshop on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's probably relevant in terms of, yeah, not completely applicable here, but in terms of the piece of work that Steph is leading in regards to the development of the statement of expectations, with a very strong signal that there does need to be a performance framework or something that sits in it or around it to monitor this in particularly.
And James, who isn't here, has previously told us what would be the implications of a credit rating downgrade by one step. Can't remember off the top of my head, it was something like 0.005%, I think. Yes, a 0.5 of a basis point, I think was how he described it. So that's exactly what we should be thinking about. We don't have to decide now. So it's the type of one that maybe we could note the question, and it's a sort of thing at coming up to decision point. Maybe we could just have James's advice on it potentially.
Yeah.
Because if we wanted to change it, it would ripple through the budgets. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I've certainly noted both your comments here, and we'll make sure in the supporting rationale that comes forward in the paper that comes to you for the 24th of June that's clear, so you can make that call.
Anyone else here? I can see you, Roger, so stick your hand up if you want, okay? Okay, otherwise we'll keep moving.
Move on. Put my glasses on. All right, so the next are around our legislative and policy environment. And the first one again is around Waikato Waters Limited. And there is a level of uncertainty there around exactly what scope of services we will deliver post July 2027. It's probably moderate at this stage and moderate risk appetite in terms of sort of, you've said really like a moderate risk appetite around your financial sustainability. So that's where that one comes from. Again, the delivery of stormwater services, we had delayed the decision around that. And we'll be doing a piece of work over the next 12 months around what is the appropriate model. So that does have a higher level of uncertainty. We don't know at this point. And again, a moderate appetite because of the financial implications of that. And then rates capping, bit of a tricky one, but again, you know, the uncertainty is high in terms of what that could or will look like, and under simplifying local government, what that may be. But then from a non-compliance point of view, you know, we're putting the appetite as low, but from a financial point of view, it's moderate.
Just could I query the high uncertainty around the delivery of stormwater services? We know they're in, is it for the foreseeable future or is it just for a year? Where are we at?
We've only deferred for a year at this point in time. So, yeah.
So is that partly why you're giving it a high uncertainty because of that short time frame?
Yes, and we don't know. We don't know what the model is going to look like at this point. That piece of work still needs to be done.
A point of clarification, George, if I may. You mean the operating model for us for the first year, for this next year, let alone the operating model for Waikato Waters in coming years? Is that what you mean?
That's what I mean. And we deferred our decision around what the appropriate model might be to do further work, whether it does go through to Waikato Waters or not after that first year.
And can we just be clear what the assumption is? I'm trying to find it.
It says the delivery of stormwater, the council assumes that it will deliver stormwater services within its financial envelope and to community expectations and legislative requirements post the transfer of the two water services, which covers exactly the situation for this upcoming year, and then recognises that you have a decision to make about what happens thereafter.
So there's some uncertainty around the higher environmental standards that we have with a comprehensive stormwater discharge. Yeah, and so it's not just about how Waikato Waters works in that space, but the fact that we still don't know what the practical implications might mean for those that new environmental regulation. Yeah, and that might mean quite a bit of investment. We just don't know. Yeah, but we know that our risk appetite, I think it's moderate there. I mean, normally it would be low. So I guess that's reflecting that there's high uncertainty. Yeah.
Yeah. There's also financial unknowns with not just the cost of building an effective operating model, because we know how important it is for our communities, but as we've seen with recent weather events too, it needs to be a model that can adapt and cope in times of emergencies.
Okay, anyone else on this assumption? That it's essentially what the assumption is. Yeah, reasonable. Okay, move on. Roger, sorry, didn't see you. Go ahead. Roger, we can't hear you. You might be muted.
Keep playing around with it. Yeah, we've got the government influences on rates capping and resource management reform and the development levies, etc. But are we making any reference at all to the Head Start pathway legislation coming through?
We could add it to this list to show that it's coming later, but certainly we're not in a position to be making any sensible assumptions just yet.
I can, yeah, accept that, but it still probably needs to be referenced there somewhere, even if it's in grey and coming later. Yeah.
Yep, sure.
Right, so the next slide is two further legislative and policy assumptions, and they're around our LGFA guarantee commitments and around our emissions trading scheme obligations. And there are significant sort of compliance and financial impacts of these, hence the appetite, and relatively low uncertainty as well in terms of what is required.
Yeah, just signalling that I'd appreciate some work around the LGFA guarantee commitments, like more information or a workshop, because I understand our guarantees for Waikato Waters is tied up with that as well. Yeah, and just what implications that might have and what we need to watch. So we're guaranteeing Waikato Waters borrowing of LGFA facilities, and so we need to just understand what that looks like for us, I guess. That's what James was saying. Yeah, and I don't really have much more information other than that, but just to understand it more fully.
It sounds like it would be good to get James to talk to council about it and just explain that through further, so we can arrange that.
We could group together the financial based assumptions potentially for a session sometime when we've got James either on finance policy or something. It's a good point, because the LGFA guarantee is not just the waters guarantee, it actually does go wider than that. The way the whole thing is structured. Yeah. Okay. Les.
Yeah, just under the guarantee commitments, it's not only Waikato Waters. I'm just wondering how the whole situation across all councils with their group guarantees.
Yeah, and that's what I was referring to. It's in the extremely unlikely situation, but it's the way LGFA is structured, right? That's how come we get government borrowing rates or near government borrowing rates, because of the depth and breadth of the security provided by all of us. But yeah, I think the way to handle that is, yeah, again, question for James, both of these two for James when he's in front of us. Thanks. Anything else on this? ETS, anyone got anything there?
All right, so so these are she's moving. So these are obviously to come based on the discussion today. We do have one that we are proposing there in the middle around the Waikato Waters limited delivery of growth infrastructure. And I guess there is an element of uncertainty there in terms of the strategic planning process and decision making and governance around that, hence the higher level of uncertainty. And we have put the risk appetite high at the moment in terms of, you know, we're going into this and we'll be working with them. And yeah, we need to be somewhat flexible around how we work together.
It's an interesting one. The assumption is that council assumes the growth is effectively facilitated through aligned strategic planning between council and Waikato Waters Limited. It's quite a big assumption, but there it is. And it has been the whole way through the formation of Waikato Waters. We've discussed this plenty. There's obviously going to be tension there going forward when you have different councils with different competing development priorities, and Waikato Water can't do everything all at once. So yeah, anyone got comments or questions on this assumption?
Just that I look forward to reviewing it sooner rather than later and bringing that down as quick as possible around the risk appetite. I mean, I understand it now, but I do look forward to the next review.
It also plays into the shareholders, what is it, statement of expectations. In contemplation of that, I've always thought this is the most fertile ground for trying to specify the expectations. And it'll be interesting to see how this develops over time between the shareholders and the company. No.
Just to add to that, I think it's really important why those suite of governance documents, the statement of expectations, the performance framework associated with that, the sensitive decisions framework, and then the investment prioritisation framework are really important. And if we've got clear oversight and a strong trusted relationship and there's good communication, then they should be able to be managed through those various mechanisms. And that's what we're working through to set up at the moment. Hopefully that gives some comfort.
Sure. Okay. And there's plenty of others to be populated later in this category, which we look forward to when they arrive. Okay, moving on.
Okay, the next ones are around revenue. And again, some of these will come later through the financial strategy conversation and the growth conversation that happened today. So they're around funding sources, around NZTA funding and grants and subsidy shares. So we know there can be a very high level of uncertainty associated with those funding sources. And we've put high as our appetite because we kind of accept that that's a state of play, right?
Yeah, I'm not that comfortable with the risk appetite, but I accept, the level of control, which is pretty much zero. But I just wondered for both NZTA funding and the grants, like, so this is external funding we get, if we could have the total dollars we currently receive or the percentage of our related budgets that we actually have covered by this, so we understand the magnitude of the risk. Yeah, I think that would be quite helpful. And then, yeah, I guess it might not change any of the decisions that we make, but I just think it helps us get a full picture of how important it is, I guess. Yeah, maybe look at old ways we can, address it or find other ways to plug the gap or something. But yeah, to understand, because I mean, I know that a lot of the roading ones are 51%, but what that means for our total budgets, yeah, be quite good. Thanks.
Yeah. We'll get that information for you. It's a good question in terms of putting that assumption within a broader context. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think you can move on. In fact, is that it? Are we at the end?
No.
No.
So this is capital there were more. No, this is capital expenditure and delivery. So I don't know whether EL has a comment on this one at all. No, she's shaking her head, but sort of our level of uncertainty is high. We do, have a program that we know due to timing, etc., we don't deliver at all, and we accept that, and that's a reflection of the risk appetite as well.
Yeah, so just reading this, I was reflecting on where we haven't been able to deliver projects in the last year, and I asked about that, and they said it was land acquisition. That was the biggest thing that held us up. So it'd be really good to do some work on what is it about that process that we've got with land acquisition, and can we actually, get it to work better so that we're not having these delays? Because in actual fact, when you think about it, we should be able to manage that a bit better. Obviously, there's always going to be complexities, but even so, I I think there must be a way to improve it somehow.
It's certainly something that staff have identified as well, like you say, as a pinch point for us. And so on the list within the growth program is actually to have that a group come who are included in that whole chain of events to actually understand from a process point of view, where are we getting ourselves stuck and how can we make improvements there? Yeah.
What P value do we attribute to these capital projects that are embedded in the LTP? Do we or don't we? It says in here best estimate, but we're trying to be a bit more disciplined than that these days. So
Refer to EL.
yeah.
The best estimate is really good for an LTP. If we start including P values for particular projects, it becomes unaffordable for the program. So you'll basically deliver less projects because you've valued the cost of those projects higher. What does occur is that you do more detailed business cases as you start the projects, which will then define your costs into those P values so that you actually understand the contingencies that you need for a contract to be delivered, as an example, versus the unknown risks that you still haven't, that are unknown, the likes of land. If council would want to the P95 to say that 5% of our projects are only going to be delivered out of that budget, it does make a significant impact because you're including all of those unknown risks versus the contingency of the known that you know may escalate the cost.
Yeah, no, I hear that and I understand that. And I thought that might be your answer. And so a couple of sort of supplementary questions. Is this what everyone else does? Is they use best estimate in an LTP process and then only bring in their sort of P values later on, what, in an annual planning cycle or a little bit more? What, when does it come? When do we start talking P? This probability of success, of completion at budget, right?
Most people do the best guess during an LTP because you're forecasting out. Your first 3 years, you should know pretty detailed what your costs will be because you've got previous contracts that tell you what your costs are at that point. So your first 3 years of an LTP are pretty good estimates in terms of the delivery of the program. Year 4's onwards is where you start getting that best guesstimate that then you refine as you head into your annual plan and your LTP processes.
It is one of the most striking features, having been around here for a little while. Sometimes the placeholder figures in an LTP just become laughable when it comes to project delivery. And I understand that that's just the way it is, especially in a high inflation environment. I'm just testing whether we are applying best practice here, basically.
Yeah, so during the LTP process, and that's what we're doing now, we're assessing each project with our knowns and going, is this value realistic? Is the timing realistic to deliver this project, which includes land acquisition in that financial modelling and how we program out over the years the delivery of projects.
Okay, anyone else got comments or thoughts on that?
Just the same thoughts. I guess it's what we're seeing. What it is a frustration. It's a frustration that it doesn't seem there's a better solution around. And down the track when these things are scoped up, and we've talked about all the down the track stuff around procurement and trying to make these things more accurate, so there's less variations. But I guess all we can ask is the staff to make best guess, best estimates of what goes in there, and just hoping like heck it's realistic, and maybe going backwards to go forwards, like you've alluded to how accurate have we been in the past to what's actually been delivered, might help us be more accurate.
And of course, if we insisted on everything being at P95, it'd be such a lean program, there'd be nothing in it, which would have knock-on implications, presumably for DC recovery, etc., because we can only recover stuff that's in the long-term plan.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely, and in terms of the digital and the information and the data program that's being looked at and putting in place in terms of improvements for the organisation to deliver the data and the way and the systems to be able to deliver that assurance to elected members on the process of the budgets, the programming and the values coming through.
Well, that totally sounds like continuous improvement in action. Well done, El.
Okay, anyone else on this assumption? Okay, I mean, it's a especially big one for the capital part of the budget, but there it is. We've discussed it, and I'm comfortable. Anyone else? Before we move on, no, move on.
Believe these are the last two sitting within the asset group. That's around life cycle and funding of assets. So there is a high level of uncertainty, and that's attributed to potentially things like earlier asset failure or changes or weather or cost escalations, things being valued differently to what we might expect, and with a moderate risk appetite aligned to our financial sustainability appetite. And then depreciation rates, low levels, you set that as part of the LTP, and subsequently you've got a low risk appetite around that.
I thought you'd want to question this one. Go ahead, Claire.
No, well, it's just about the what I've raised before about certainly growth assets or new assets, and looking at the forecast increased population that would, be then paying the depreciation, and if we haven't filled up our growth cells, is there an opportunity to sort of slow down the depreciation rate? And I know James has done some work on that, but I raise Hamilton City's good example of reviewing that, and that they were reported as being able to save between 5 and 8% on rates increases that they were forecasting. So it seems to be significant, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to do some work on that as part of the LTP. Tied in with that is the revaluations, which I think it's coming later. Yeah, I kind of put it in the life cycle and funding of assets, but yeah, I'm just looking for ways to be more efficient and cut costs if possible without obviously jeopardizing the longevity of assets. Yeah, so I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure life cycle and the funding of them is all tied to estimated useful life, which I think there are standards for that. Yeah, I don't think there's much discretion. Yeah, so okay, I'll just leave it at the depreciation. Thanks.
I've been reflecting on this because we've raised it a couple of times, and obviously we've more or less tasked James to see if he can figure out what Hamilton City are doing with their reclassification of assets to reduce their depreciation rates. But reflecting on it, you do have to bear in mind that our depreciation, which we collect, does fund our renewals program. So it's a slightly odd way to think of it as a cost-saving measure to not fully fund depreciation. All you're doing is sweating assets, really, and bulldozing a problem forward. So depreciation rates, they are only an accounting estimate of the lifespan of an asset, of course. And I know in my own business, there are some I do better and some I do worse, and I'm very consistent. My tractor always lasts 10 years longer than the depreciation rate because I look after it well. So you can sweat some, you can't sweat others. But yeah, it being portrayed as a cost-saving measure slightly worries me because sweating assets is not a cost-saving measure.
Yes, I've deliberately used the word new assets or growth assets that aren't receiving the use from the full population they've been built for. So the likelihood of you actually seeing the, it's consuming the asset over time. So yeah, the use isn't there to actually consume the asset. Yeah, but I mean, it's a restricted use case. Yeah, and I think that's why Hamilton have also only looked at it with growth, new assets, those growth ones.
Okay, Pip, did I have a question over here?
Just a question through the finance area. Have we got enough data to see whether or not our depreciation rates actually equate to depreciation, by way of certain assets sort of theoretically last a long period of time, but they might last longer or shorter. Do we have any internal data which would indicate whether or not our proxy for depreciation is actually accurate?
Oh, James. Great timing. Yeah, would you be able to?
I've just been working through the revenue and financing process.
Well, have we got a deal for you?
Just gonna repeat. Would you mind repeating the question, James?
The question is, do we have internal data on depreciation whereby the theoretical depreciation rates that we apply equate to the actual depreciation of those assets, by way of understanding whether or not assets last shorter or longer relative to their theoretical depreciation rates?
So, that's a really interesting question. I'll try and interpret it, so please make sure I'm on the right track. So every 2 years, our assets are revalued by registered valuers. Those valuers check the condition and the useful life of those assets. So sometimes we have to do things like make some impairments and you see them come through in the P&L as losses. Sometimes when we make gains, you see them come through the equity account as increases in the assets. So in terms of depreciation numbers, that level is set by our valuers and our auditors audit them. So if I can give you an example, in the previous LTP, there was a disagreement about our modelling of depreciation rates at 1.5%. The auditors believed it was 2%. Our valuers believed it was 2%. We shifted our rates to 2%. So to answer your question about our theoretical modelling, it's not theoretical modelling, it's actually modelling based on the useful lives that is externally verified, and we depreciate those assets out over that lifespan.
And those are sort of like all assets?
Correct, except land. We don't depreciate land. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think it really answers the question. I think the question relates to if you have an asset and you have a depreciation rate in dollars, and then the actual cost of maintaining that over time, is there any data to see whether those two numbers make sense or not? I think that's the question, not so much the process of coming up with the depreciation rate.
Yeah, I mean, everything's based on modelling. It's no different from what we do with the modelling for our growth numbers and the likes. It's based on a set of assumptions about the useful life, and things happen over time. So events happen, something impacts the condition of the life. So we have to then spend more money that we haven't reserved for through depreciation to renew that asset. So it really depends on what happens over time.
Are we tracking cost against depreciation against our expenditure and maintenance?
Yeah, well, so for our infrastructure assets, by way of example, is we create a renewal program, which is a proxy for depreciation, and things happen over time, events happen. Tatahi's a classic example, where we've created a reserve through rating, through depreciation, through the renewals program, it's not enough to cover it. So that's what I'm saying, is it's a modelling assumption that gets updated based on either two things: is the cost of the asset to replace it is higher than we thought, or to maintain it. So the inflation impact, as we're seeing at the moment. And the second piece is the useful life of the asset can impact it as well. So we could have estimated, the valuers could have estimated that useful life is 50 years, and actually the useful life comes in at 30, and you've got an issue there that you have not reserved enough.
So James, does our revaluation, when they're doing the condition assessment, would they be actively feeding back that their opinion is different from what our depreciation modelling is showing?
We update our depreciation models to reflect it, Councillor. So it's an external verification for council that we're doing the right thing. This is the point about the external data, Pip, is that's our source. And then, of course, if we think about our three, from a control perspective, audit is the alternative source that then checks that as well for external verification.
Without getting into too much detail, but if we, we've got a underground, water pipe from here to, Parongia, which you physically can't see. I mean, how are there people who are doing asset revaluations? Do they literally physically go out there and check the state of it and report back accordingly?
Correct, and EL's team and the contractors we use would be doing that as well and escalating. Correct me if I'm wrong, EL, but that's part of their regular renewals program and the like, and part of that is looking at the condition of assets and what's changed. Think of it like this, councillors. The easiest way to explain it is I buy a new car every 10 years. And it's not because I'm frugal, I get attached to a car. And I budget on that car lasting 10 years. If it lasts 9 years, I've got a problem because I've now got to find another year to pay for that, right? Or if something happens, I crash that car and I haven't got insured for enough, I've got to come up with that money to pay for it. That's absolutely no difference. I'm modelling based on what I think and what Toyota tells me or Hyundai tells me about the lifespan of that car if it's regularly serviced, but things happen and events happen. And over your life of your, what are we, $2.7 billion of assets. It's a very, very big portfolio. So you're going to have some ups and downs over time, right? The trick is it is a modelling exercise, but we use those external verifiers to give us as much certainty as we can, and our own staff do whatever conditions assessment and renewals programs they've committed to do through the LTP and funding to do the best job we can. And obviously, as new information comes to light, we update those assumptions.
But it is different from a commercial organisation that might, for example, use the IRD rates that sort of say, so their depreciation really is just a sort of an IRD proxy. You're saying you're physically, checking the value of, and so depreciation is real depreciation, albeit still an estimate.
It's a funny one for councils because our assets are intergenerational by nature. They're 30, 50 years. Commercial companies don't have that. A lot of companies don't survive 30 or 50 years. So they don't have this renewal program to replace their, fleets and IT technology or their farm machinery. They go buy it, when they've got the available funds to do it or if something breaks. So it's just a nature of our assets. They're very different. But under accounting standards and accounting rules, we're required to depreciate them over the useful life of their assets to reflect economic value over their useful life. That's the accounting standards that we have to follow and we're audited against.
And our depreciation rates are stated in our annual report. Manhole covers and things like that are in there with, I think it's 50 years for manhole cover, something like that. The basic stuff we do are all specified.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
I believe that's the last one.
Okay, we had a bunch more questions for you, James, but I'm going to let you off the hook because some of these assumptions began to touch on financial stuff. So we're going to bundle them up and you're going to talk to us sometime about this to give us comfort on the assumptions, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your feedback today. It's been the feedback today has been really useful. Thank you. I mean, this is what we set out to achieve, and certainly from a staff perspective and the direction that we've got, it's been really, really helpful. I think we've got a really clear steer, both around some of the areas that you'd like to know more about as we develop the growth program further. We've got clear guidance about some small amendments to make to the growth principles, and particularly around the rationale of that to be able to bring to you, and the same with these significant forecasting assumptions. So you will see the growth principles and these significant forecasting assumptions for approval on the 24th of June. And then in terms of the next steps for the long-term plan, you will see the next step for the long-term plan on the 27th of May, which will be your part 2 on your financial strategy and an introduction to the infrastructure strategy. And then you've got subsequent dates about your level of service work after that. So that's what you've got to look forward to. But, like I say, on behalf of us, thank you very much for that feedback. It's been really useful.
Can I just ask, I've volunteered James to come back and answer these. Are we going to be able to do that or not? Or
absolutely.
We'll do it as fun.
Absolutely, definitely. Yeah. I just don't know exactly when until we've looked at calendars to kind of work it out.
Yeah.
But
That's
Yes,
what I
the
needed.
answer is yes, which
I
I
was-
know the answer you wanted.
No, I was just
Yeah.
wondering if I had to put him back in the hot seat now, but that's probably not. Well, because we have got time, we're within time, so we could if you want.
I think a couple of them will be part of the financial strategy.
I agree.
In terms of guarantees, et cetera, level of risk.
Yeah, I think it's better to bundle that up in one go, and then you've got the context rather than just sort of off the cuff responses from James, and then we make sure that we actually give you a proper response, and we can do that as part of the financial strategy day.
Agreed. Thanks for that. I was just checking.
Mm.
Okay, is that us done then? Anyone have anything they'd like to say before we close up?
I want to just clarify, earlier, the 26th of May, is that still taking place? Is that the one that got, yeah, cancelled, eh? Yeah, I put a line through it. Yep, all right, nice.
Sorry, Monty, yes, that's the day we've cancelled. Yep.
Okay, anything else before I close this off? Okay, thanks team. Good workshop, great work going on in the background. To all of you around the outside of the room, big thanks from us, and I think that's been really well received from our elected members. If you could join me in the closing karakia, please. Puratia, te rangamārie, puratia, te aroha, puratia, te nāko pai, puratia, ngā wāwata, kia kore, e ngaro, homeo, ui, tākie.
I just want to say, acknowledging the passing of Rovina Maniapoto this morning. We will take her on to Owairaka Marae. I think some of the staff have some communication from Yera. So just recognising you e kui, e moi i tō moinga roa. Tēnā tātou.